the button. Members, I'm aware it's now 10 o'clock, and while we're missing a few people, I think given the size of our agenda, it's probably best that we make a start, and we might have a few people join us along the way. So I would like to start by welcoming those members of the public who have joined us today for this meeting of the Highways and Transport Committee. The County Council allows filming and photography, as I'm sure you're aware. So please feel free to take pictures and tweet during the meeting. Can I ask, though, that if you have mobile phones on you, you please switch them to silent. And if you do need to make a call, please make sure it's not in the room. Please be aware this meeting is being live streamed, as I'm sure you're all aware, and a recording of the meeting will be available to view on the County Council's website later. So please keep your comments intelligent and good. There's no fire alarm test scheduled for today. So if the alarm sounds, please leave the building by the nearest fire exit and assemble at the rear of the building. Thank you very much. Let's get started. So item 1 on the agenda is apologies for absence and declarations of interest. Would the Democratic Services Manager please report any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Derek Giles, and Councillor Sanderson is substituting, and also Councillor Jan French. Councillor Shaler is on his way, but will be late.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interests? And I'm actually going to start that one by drawing a member's attention to my own declaration of interest in relation to residence parking in Cambridge. I obviously live in Romsey, but have been in touch with the monitoring officer and am allowed to proceed. Does anybody else have any declarations of interest? No? Okay, thank you very much. The second item on the agenda for today is the notification of Chair and Vice Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee. Could the Deputy Manager of Democratic Services please advise?
Thank you, Chairs, to notify the committee of the appointment of Councillor Beckett and Shaler as Chair and Vice Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee for the municipal year.
Thank you very much. Item 3 is petitions and public questions. Now, we've got quite a lot of public interest in today's meeting on various agenda items. So therefore, I'm going to propose to take all of those questions with the agenda items as they come up, because I think that will help with the flow. So item 4 we move to is the minutes of the Highways and Transport Committee on the 26th of April 2020. We're being asked to approve the minutes of the Highways and Transport Committee of the 26th of April 2020 as an accurate record. If any member does not agree, please raise your hand now. Councillor King.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and my congratulations on your appointment. There were several things there that were listed as actions, and I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, because I don't think those actions have been carried out. The first one is a report detailing the funding arrangements for civil parking enforcement. And I don't remember seeing that briefing note. And also there was an action for the King's Parade barrier. And I don't recall seeing anything about that either. And the other one is the briefing on the confidential briefing on the busway. And again, I don't remember seeing that. You know, my memory could be at fault, but if those actions have been completed, then the minutes are not accurate.
Okay, I think I remember seeing some of those, but Sue, Sue Proctor, can I hand over to you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The item on civil enforcement is picked up in the traffic management report that's on the agenda today. So we've dealt with it as an agenda item rather than a briefing note coming round. The update on King's Parade barrier, I believe, was a conversation that you were having yourself with Cambridge City, which was picked up as an action in the action plan and is down as complete. In the action plan. And the busway conversations, we have programmed 2 busway confidential conversations. I believe you raised at the last meeting that you hadn't been notified of those meetings, but we checked that you had, but we had some issues with the email address that we've been using. We hadn't scheduled a 3rd update meeting, but it may well be that we're getting to a time when that would be appropriate anyway, as things are moving on. So we will be scheduling another confidential meeting, and we'll ensure that we use the correct email address for you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm in the process of getting my county email address resolved, and I'm hoping that that will happen sooner rather than later. COVID has not made things easy. So that's very helpful. Thank you, Chair. But I do think that there is, I don't know what happened with the discussion with the City Council about the barrier. Certainly, I don't recall having that conversation.
I'll have to check up on that one for you, Councillor King.
And
Sorry.
I think if I may, Chair, it isn't just me who was concerned about this. If you remember at the previous meeting where this was discussed, there was quite a lot of concern from Cambridge members as well, quite rightly, and other members of the committee, not just me. So I do think that if there is going to be a discussion, it would be better to have a wider discussion, perhaps via Teams or Zoom, which included the whole committee. Thank you.
We could probably pick that up, but we've got to remember that it's a Cambridge City decision on the, we can influence, we can have that conversation, but Cambridge City would need to be in that discussion as well.
I would just say, Chair, if you'll just forgive me, that I understood that King's Parade is actually highway. And if that is the case, then that is our property, isn't it?
We'll take that forward in that way, Councillor King, yes.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if this helps, Simon, just a bit of context. So we did ask the police counter-terrorism branch to make an assessment of the entire city, so including King's Parade and a number of the other access points. I know there were then some discussions with GCP. I think Simon is right. It would be good to bring it back to the committee and update, because there've been a couple of iterations since then. So I think that's a good suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Very much.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald, and thank you, Chair. And yes, it is, I think, something that we should be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any other items on the minutes? Yes, Councillor Sharp. Oh, on the action log. Okay, we'll come on to the action log in a second. Is everybody happy then that I sign the minutes as an accurate record? Brilliant. Okay, before I move on, I forgot to say this earlier. I just want to say a big thank you to Councillor MacDonald as the previous chair, and Councillor Bird that Neil and I are obviously taking over from. And I believe we also have Ian Bates in the audience as well, who's a previous chair of Highways Committee. So it's great to have so many former chairs here for my very first meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the action log then. We are being asked to note the updated action log. Members, you have in front of you a further updated action log, a copy of which has also been placed on the website. Can I ask members if they have any questions on its content? And I believe Councillor Sharp, you can start us off.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, congratulations on your appointment. It's on page 20, item 71 from the January meeting. And can I thank Sue Proctor for the email that she sent me. This is around the A1303. What I won't worry about at this stage about the crossroads work. It's more about obviously the 2 fatalities we've had near what is known as the Missing Sock pub, which is technically it's in Councillor Daunton's ward, but it's only yards in there, but it probably affects Bottisham and Swaffham, Baalbek and Lode, which are in my patch, and it's certainly I've had parish council meetings for both of those last week, and it's a big topic of conversation and concern. So is it what I'd like to do is sit down with qualified road engineers, and try and understand what, if anything, we can do to improve the road safety along that stretch, because it certainly is a concern to residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. We'll take that away and move on. Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any other comments on the action log? Councillor King, can I just ask everyone, please do be aware that we obviously have a very, very full agenda today. I know we all have 5 minutes on each item. If we run the maths on that, that takes us here till about 8 in the morning. So if we can try and keep things as far as possible, please, very limited. Thank you. Councillor King.
I think that's a very useful suggestion, and I shall do my best, Chair. Although I think the action log is an important part of our work, and it does need to be given proper consideration. I'm going to talk, or I'm going to ask a question about the Wisbech access study, and I'd like either come back to this committee or to be sent to me, because we are long overdue for a briefing on that. And I think there have been some developments as far as the funding is concerned. So I don't know if one of the officers would like to respond.
We have circulated 2 briefings on Wisbech to the Fenelon councillors, including yourself, Councillor King. So first one came November, and then we did a further update in April. I'm not sure of the planning update, did you say?
My understanding is that there has been some issues with the funding for the Wisbech access study, or the works.
Okay, so there's no issue with the funding for the Wisbech access study. That is funded and proceeding on schedule and with the funding in place. At the outset of that piece of work, the decision was made to do the study as a separate piece of work and then secure funding for the implementation. And the updated action log says that as and when that conversation is in place, we would bring a committee item forward.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Chair. And I have just one other question, I think, on the, yes, it's towards the end. We've talked about King's Parade already. It's about the, at the very end, there's an item in red here which says, items for forward plan to be channeled and considered through spokes prior to entry on the forward plan at an appropriate date if a report is required. Not quite sure what that means. Can somebody explain it to me, please?
Yes, certainly. So we are going through an agenda setting process at the moment of looking at the forward plan and what we are going to be bringing to committee going forwards. So I know previously in this meeting we've added things to the forward plan. I would ask us though, if possible, if we could go through the correct process, which is to take it to spokes, and then that will come to us to look at for the forward plan. We are very receptive to good ideas, but very aware also that there is a large number of items that we want to put onto the agenda. So we just need to be careful prioritizing those going forwards.
Thank you, Chair. Just a bit concerned about that because we operate a committee system and this is a decision-making body. What standing do the spokes have to determine our agenda?
So that is laid out in the Constitution. And if you read I can't remember exactly which section it is, but if you read the section on that one, the committee process highlights that they should be brought through spokes to then the chair and vice chair for setting.
Right.
Steve Fox.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think you mentioned Councillor King as a decision-making body. There are some items which aren't decision-making, which we can provide briefings for members on if that's what the members would require, which doesn't mean to say we need to have an item on the agendas, but it's important where issues are raised that we do provide briefings where that's necessary without necessarily coming back to committee.
I'm very happy for briefings to be provided. I have some reservations, Chair, about this enhanced role for spokes, because spokes meetings are not public. These meetings are. And I do think there is an issue of transparency around this. So perhaps it might be an idea to relook at the Constitution on this, because I have some concerns. Thank you.
Happy to take that away, but that is our Constitution as it currently stands. I'm also very happy to take good suggestions. We're not trying to limit transparency here. We're not trying to limit good suggestions and good papers. It's just we have to be aware that there is obviously limited committee time and limited officer time at the moment. So we need to make sure that we prioritise and make sure that the best papers come forwards first, if that makes sense. So it's not blocking things. It's simply making sure that we are aligned on priorities.
I hear what you say, Chair, and I would just say that from this juror's point of view, the jury is out.
Thank you. Any other items on the action log, or shall we move on? I'm aware time is ticking. Okay, so item 5, let's start with item 5, which is a report on the new strategic transport model. Lou Mason-Walsh, our transport modelling manager, will introduce the report. Me. Okay, we actually have David Allett introducing the report. Thank you, David.
Hi all. So this is it's quite self-explanatory within the paper, a procedural financial paper. The combined authority working with the county council has put the funding in place to allow us to refresh our strategic transport model with Peterborough. Strategic transport modelling is an essential tool in many aspects of what we do, both in terms of understanding local plan allocations, and it's indeed a requirement of large funding bids as well, to be able to model transport schemes and understand their impacts. There are quite specific data requirements in terms of the age of the data, and it's become very apparent that our current model, as well as relying on somewhat dated technology, the data is becoming life expired as well. So this paper seeks an approval to essentially to delegate a agreement of a grant funding agreement and ultimate approval of this model refresh to the Service Director for Highways and Transport. And I think that sums up the paper.
Thank you, David. So I'm going to change how we do this ever so slightly today, if members will bear with me. Where previously we've always had public questions before the introduction, and then we've had the introduction, then we've had questions on the paper, followed by the debate. And we've streamlined it slightly. So we're going to have the introduction by officers, followed by public questions, followed by debate/questions together, because I think we've often ended up blurring the lines anyway between the two. So I think today, given the size of our agenda, we're going to try and combine those two together. So can I ask, does anybody have any questions of clarification, or does anybody want to start the debate on this item? No, that's brilliant. We might actually get out of here on time. Councillor Mills at the last minute.
I will be asking a question which possibly might be clarification, but I'll wait for the debate.
We're into the debate, Councillor Mills. Go ahead.
It wasn't clear from the papers that I've been struggling to bring back up, so excuse me if I fly by the seat of my pants here asking the question. But I'm interested in the distinguishing aspect of the model and then the software aspect of it, and there was nothing that I could see that could clearly outline the model and how that was going to be upgraded. I see we went from an original version to CMS2, and now we're going to adopt a new one. So could you just give us a little bit of additional insight into how that model is derived?
Yeah, so the model is essentially made up of the processor or processors, the software side of things, and then the second component to that is the data that goes into it. What we're seeking through this paper is an upgrade or a refresh of both of those things. So the technical tools that formed the Cambridge sub-regional transport model, the sort of modelling software in there, as with any other sorts of software, there has been competition in the market, and also the tool itself has been upgraded. So what we'd be seeking to do as part of this procurement and commission is to essentially spec a Green Book web tag compliant model, using an appropriate tool, which would be broad in the procurement. And as part of that, clearly the data element, we'd have to go out and collect new data to be able to feed into that software. That would be made up of a combination, a blended approach of potentially mobile phone data and network surveys.
And if I may, Chair, so there's reference made in expanding the area covered by the new model to include wider Peterborough and so on. But there's nothing like looking like a map that shows where the model is going to change.
Yeah, I mean, what we're talking about here is it's essentially a suite of different model tools, and the data set is a suite of data that's brought in, and we want to make sure that the Peterborough strategic model and the Cambridgeshire strategic model are effectively communicating and integrated. There would be a general collection of data for the whole area of Cambridgeshire, which is where the immediate pressure is in terms of getting that data updated, and then also there is always a need to dive into a specific extra layer of detail depending on what schemes you want to test. So I think the original procurement for this would give us a good general coverage of Cambridgeshire, and then that would be integrated and tied in with the Peterborough model.
Just one last follow-up, Chair, if I may.
Quickly, please, Brian, but go ahead.
So and just in terms of that model, how do we integrate on the borders? So in my patch, for example, between ourselves and Uttlesford and Essex.
Yeah, I mean the models are very effective at speaking to each other. The key. The really key aspect of modelling is having the quality of data. So where we border with Essex is making sure that we've got the data from Essex that can then be fed in as an input from the border, because ultimately that's what we want to understand, what flows are coming in from one border into another. In this case, obviously this particular proposal is about integrating with Peterborough. But I think as part of that would be considering how we draw in data from wider areas. We've got Jeremy here, who is a bit more of a modeler than I am, so he might be able to give a better answer than me.
Good morning, members. Yes, just on the area coverage, the Combined Authority were very keen to have a model that covered the entire area, which in a Cambridgeshire context meant expanding our model area, which is currently Huntingdonshire, a small part of Fenland and Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire, to effectively, well, and East Cambridgeshire, sorry, and to effectively cover the whole county, but also Peterborough. We have base models in various software packages that cover the whole caboodle, so there'll be work to consolidate and combine. In terms of the coverage of the model area, we tend to have detailed transport models covering the entire core area. So it would be Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, but we also have significant buffers going into the surrounding area. So there will be, for example, coverage into Lincolnshire, into Haverhill, into Royston, into various other places on the border. So we don't lose any definition on the edges. So yes, it will be a larger model and it will cover the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough in detail.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That's really interesting. Do we have any other questions or comments? Councillor Sharp.
Just a very quick question on Jeremy's comment. I'm presuming that Newmarket is included in that as well, because obviously a lot of people come from that area.
Yes, absolutely. Any town or large villages near or close to the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough boundary will be included in the transport parts of the model, at least, because that is necessary to ensure we get good cross-boundary flows that replicate what's actually going on in reality. So yes.
Thank you very much. So members, if I don't have any other comments, let's move this to the vote. The committee is asked to note the progress made in the procurement of a new strategic transport model. B, delegate the decision to enter into a grant funding agreement with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority to the Service Director of Highways and Transport, and E, grant approval, should be C, grant approval to procure the delivery of a new strategic transport model, delegating the decision to award and enter into the contract to the Service Director of Highways and Transport. Do I see any dissent in that, or can I take that by affirmation? Brilliant, passed. Okay, let's move on to item 6 on the agenda. Item 6 is the A10 Ely to A14 improvement scheme and the A4141 and St Ives improvement scheme. David Mitchell, interim project delivery team leader, will be introducing this report. Over to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to update the committee with the progress of the A10 Ely to A14 improvement scheme and the A141 and St Ives improvement scheme. The committee is asked to agree the next steps so that the strategic outline business case for each scheme can be revalidated and subsequently enable the schemes to progress into the outline business case stage. At the meeting of the committee on the 7th of December 2021, the committee considered the report on the A10 Ely to Cambridge outline business case. It has recently been agreed with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority that this scheme should be renamed A10 Ely to A14 improvements. At the meeting of the committee on the 15th of September 2020, members considered a report regarding the A141 and St Ives transport study. Work has continued with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority to develop the A141 and St Ives transport study. It has recently been agreed with the CPCA that the scheme will now be known as the A141 and St Ives Improvement Scheme. This report sets out and seeks the committee's approval to carry out the next steps to progress both schemes. As such, the report is about the process rather than the scheme details. There have been significant policy changes since the previous reports to committee, the technical implications of which are set out in paragraphs 2.1 and 2.2. The programme and financial implications are set out in paragraphs 2.3 to 2.8, and successful completion of the outline business case will require stakeholder engagements, which is set out in paragraph 2.9. There are 7 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So we have no public questions on this one. So can I move to member questions and debate? Does anybody have any input they want to add to this paper? Brilliant. This is oh, sorry, members, we actually have received a request to speak from CamCycle. I'm sorry, I missed that one. Roxanne Debeau is here with us. Roxanne, do you want to come forward? And you have 3 minutes. Off you go. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Ely Cycling Campaign as well as CamCycle. And these words have been put together by Ely Cycling Campaign. We welcome the emphasis on an outline business case for the A10 project, which addresses the needs of all users, including cyclists, pedestrians, disabled people, equestrians, and public transport users. We agree that all schemes should be designed in line with both the government standards set out in LTN 1/20 and local and national climate targets. We note that the need for a safe, active travel route from Ely to Cambridge is continually raised with us at public events, and including recently at our stalls supporting the Vision Zero Road Safety Day in Cambridge. Too many people are put off cycling and walking between destinations along the A10 due to concerns about safety. We support the recommendation for the establishment of a member working group to bring together stakeholders, including community groups. Can the committee confirm that groups including CamCycle, Ely Cycling Campaign, and Milton Cycling Campaign will be included in this group? What is the timeline for the first meeting of the member working group? Will the life cycle carbon assessment that is to be applied to this project be rolled out to all highway schemes across the county?
Thank you, Roxanne. David, did you want to come in on that one? Thank you.
Thank you. The member working groups referred to in the committee report are for members of the county council and members of the district councils. These member working groups will be able to determine, following advice from officers, the appropriate engagement with all community groups. The timeline for the first meetings will be decided when the member working groups are formed. Engagement with key stakeholders will take place during the OBC development process for both schemes. The life cycle carbon assessment process is being developed in these 2 schemes. The further rollout of this process to other schemes is too early to confirm at this time. However, the general principle of requiring scheme development to include a life cycle carbon assessment of some form in other schemes is anticipated.
Thank you, David. Do we have any other comments or debate on this? Brilliant. This is brilliant. We're ahead of schedule. So the committee is asked to note and comment on the update report and the progress made with the A10 to A14 improvement scheme and the A141 and St Ives improvement scheme. Accept in total £4 million of funding in total over 22-23 and 23-24 from the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority to deliver the revalidation of the strategic outlined business case for the A10 Ely to A14 improvement scheme and subsequently prepare to undertake the outlined business case. C, to delegate the decision to enter into a grant funding agreement with the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority for the A10 Ely to A14 improvement scheme to the Service Director of Highways and Transport in consultation with the Section 151 officer. And D, support the establishment of a member working group involving district councils to run in parallel to scheme development and stakeholder engagement for A10 Ely to A14 improvement scheme. E, accept in total £6 million of funding, 3.841 million in 2023 and 3.31 million in 2023-24 and 0.848 million in 2024-25 from the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority to deliver the revalidation of the strategic outline business case for the A141 and St Ives Improvement Scheme, and subsequently prepare to undertake the outline business case subject to this level of funding being granted by the CPCA. This is a marathon. F, delegate the decision to enter into the grant funding agreement with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority for the A141 and St Ives Improvement Scheme to the Service Director of Highways and Transport in consultation with their Section 151 officer. And G, support the establishment of a member working group involving district councillors to run in parallel to scheme development and stakeholder engagement for A141 and St Ives Improvement Scheme. Do I have anybody dissenting, or can I take it by affirmation that we all agree? Brilliant, agreed. We are doing well. Moving on, item 7. This is where we get into it. Item 7 is the residence parking schemes. Sonia Hanson, our traffic manager, will introduce this report.
She's just on her way, Chair. She's just coming now. We're a bit ahead of
Sonia is just coming now.
This is the problem with being ahead of schedule, Mr. Chairman.
Before we move on, I'm just going to hand over to Councillor Shaler because I think he needs to declare an interest on this one as well.
Yes, for these parking schemes, I have to declare that this is within my division. It doesn't affect me more than anyone else in the division, but I thought I should make that clear.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. We've all been doing way too well. Brilliant. I see this is Sonia Hanson, our transport traffic manager. So Sonia, if you could, when you get yourself settled, please introduce the residence parking report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, you were running through so quickly, you took me by surprise. Okay, so the first paper I've got is the residence parking paper, which provides an update on the Greater Cambridge Partnership residence parking scheme. Sets out how they are planning to commence rolling out new schemes in Cambridge. In order to support this, an updated residence parking scheme delivery plan is set out in the appendix 2, which shows how new schemes will be delivered and where the responsibilities lie. Notably, the plan proposes a streamlining of the process to remove the need to achieve 50% support in a consultation for a scheme. Rather, the scheme following initial consultation results would be considered by a panel and then it would progress to statutory consultation stage that's set out in paragraph 2.6. The next section of the report, officers were asked to bring together some proposals for residence parking permits due to changes in the demand for spaces following the pandemic and the ongoing sort of pressure in the city. Paragraph 2.10 sets out some proposed short-term changes and longer-term changes to permits, which seeks to manage demand for parking and bring some consistency across schemes. Another point that I was just asked to mention was about cycle parking. I know it's been raised, and this is something that we'd work with GCP to consider in the design of new residence parking schemes. Okay.
Thank you, Sonia. Now, we have a number of questions on this, understandably. So I believe to start with, we have Councillor Copley, who is appearing on Zoom. Do we have Councillor Copley? Okay, we might be missing Councillor Copley. Let's go to David Sloughton. Is he in the room? Oh, okay, so sorry, Dan, can you read that one out? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll take Councillor Copley's first. One of the objectives of this scheme is, quote, promotes the use of public and more sustainable modes of transport, including walking and cycling, which I fully support. One aspect of parking which has a direct impact on the above objective and which is not featured in this report is that of pavement parking. It is a problem all over the city and one I see regularly in Abbey Ward. Without a comprehensive ban from Cambridgeshire County Council, this is proven to be impossible to prevent between the police and the parking enforcement team. It is a huge problem which is causing obstruction to pavements and makes it unsafe for most pavement users, but in particular for children. It also makes pavements completely impassable for those who use mobility aids. It's also possible that where a residence parking scheme was to come into place, this would encourage pavement parking even further, which would as now be practically unenforceable. The questions are as follows. As part of your review of parking throughout the city in conjunction with the GCP, will you include the problem of pavement parking and specifically bring forward a comprehensive ban on pavement parking for the City of Cambridge alongside any proposed changes? And please, would you ensure as a priority that e-scooters are included as part of the rebalancing streets to reflect wider range of uses, i.e. that spaces for e-scooter storage within docking stations and racks are included as part of the rebalancing streets proposal, as they are eminently flexible cause of pavement clutter.
Thank you, Dan. Did you want to read David Fountain's? Oh, actually, before David Alec comes in on that one, I'll reply myself then, because actually I would draw people's attention to full council next week. We'll actually have a motion into full council on pavement parking. So thank you to Councillor Copley. We are obviously thinking along the same wavelength at the same time. Unfortunately, with full council, it takes a while. So it actually was submitted before I became chair of committee, but we will be looking to address pavement parking. Thank you. David, did you want to reply as well there?
This review of residence parking schemes permits is not specifically looking at pavement parking. However, pavement parking is an issue that is being considered, including, as Councillor Beckett mentions, and by the GCP as part of the implementation of new residence parking schemes. Enforcement of pavement parking is being investigated by members. And the second part of the question relating to e-scooters, the e-scooter trial is currently being evaluated and wider rollout, including storage, will be considered as part of that evaluation.
Thank you, David. Dan, do you want to read the next question?
Thank you, Chair. This is from Cambridge Living Streets. The strategy for residence parking wisely considers a need for provision for car club bays, EV charging points, cycle hangers, cargo bike parking / hire schemes, pocket parks and parklets. It does not explicitly state that parking for cycles, cargo bikes and especially e-scooters, as well as installations of EV charging points, should be on road to ensure footway clutter is not increased by the measures suggested. These provisions may limit the number of parking bays, but this scheme should explicitly acknowledge the needs of all users, and the risk of increased pavement clutter could greatly undermine its benefits. In addition, inadequate consideration is given to the possibility that displacement of non-permit holders leads to an increase in pavement parking. It is possible that this may only be addressed by properly funded enforcement. Will this committee ensure that proper provision is made for on-road parking of cycles and e-scooters and that EV charging points are not permitted to occupy pavement space? Will it also examine whether additional funding is needed for enforcement to address the potential or for unintended consequences such as parking on pavements?
Thank you, Dan. David, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just to note that the design of the new residence parking schemes will be developed by the Greater Cambridge Partnership.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I believe we now have a question from CamCycle. Is it? It's Martin. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Good morning, committee. I'm a trustee and a campaigner at Cambridge Cycling Campaign. I'm incidentally also a local resident of Petersfield, which is one of the proposed areas. We very much welcome this report. The lack of an integrated policy on parking has long been a blocker to a wide range of sustainable transport initiatives. And it's not really been joined up thinking to spend tens of millions of pounds on a very welcome bus lane schemes like Milton Road, yet allow unregulated parking within 10 minutes walk of the city. So it's good to see this being joined up. Removing the need for 50% of residents to support residents' parking schemes through a formal consultation means that, as stated in the report, small numbers of residents will no longer have an unusual veto power, which has a clear effect on transport policy for the whole city. We believe it's time to move to a more holistic approach, which recognises the impact that parking has on local authorities' wider transport, health, pollution, and climate change goals. This should be recognised in point 4.8.2, that reducing parking fees frees up space for more sustainable modes of transport. So definitely has positive implications for low carbon transport. We also hope that implementing residence parking in these areas will have other benefits. Removing the excess parking ought to enable the county to start to deal with the legalised pavement parking in Romsey, which makes walking and wheeling very difficult. Cycle parking should be added at the same time. Areas like Romsey are covered in park bikes who have to use the pavement, but there's almost no proper parking. Freeing up space should also make it easier and quicker for disabled parking spaces to be reserved. This has been horrendously slow in the past. And the change underscores the need for accelerating work on public transport to give transport choice for those from surrounding villages and towns. And lastly, we completely agree with the point made by Living Streets about keeping pavements free of clutter. So our question is, firstly, we urge the committee to approve the Cambridge Delivery Plan so that the residence parking scheme programme can be restarted as soon as possible, with the corresponding benefits seen across the city. And we ask the committee to include additional and much needed cycle parking as part of this delivery plan, so that a more holistic concept of parking is implemented. Will the council commit to that?
Thank you very much. And I should probably have introduced you properly. It's Martin Lucas Smith from CamCycle. Thank you very much. David, did you want to come back on that, or should we move to the debate? Okay, that's fine. All of this is passionate to me as well. So let's move to the debate, members. Do I have anybody that wants to comment or ask a question? Brian, Councillor Mills.
Inevitably. I want to address just very briefly some of the wording used in the document. And I feel there's been an attempt to avoid using economic controls of demand and supply. And instead of decrease, we are using the word ease. So, for example, in paragraph 1.5, it says we look to ease parking demand, but there's a missing DECR in front of that. So could I make a suggestion, and that continues through the document? We clearly are putting in economic controls to suppress demand for parking. And that's reflected in the double and double again charging for second and third permits. So we shouldn't fight shy of that. That's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I think it depends on which way you look at it. Anybody trying to find a parking space in Cambridge will also be looking for you to ease their parking situation right now as well by decreasing the number of vehicles parked. So there are definitely many ways to look at it, and maybe we can take that away. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few points. So I've got one question first. Appendix 4, where we've got comparison with other councils. Who decided that list? Do we know?
I'm going to look to officers and otherwise say, I think it came from the GCP because I've seen this paper within the GCP Assembly as well.
Thank you.
So I'm pretty sure that was.
I mean, I'll follow on from there then for the benefit of the audience. We've got York City Council. We've got Bristol City Council. We've got Bath and North East Somerset District Council. We've got Oxfordshire County Council, Edinburgh City Council, Brighton Council, Hammersmith and Fulham Council, and Westminster City Council. All of those are either Labour or Lib Dem controlled. Yet we haven't looked at West Suffolk or Peterborough, which are both Conservative controlled, where the actual permit costs are less. So in the current situation of cost of living, I think we should be looking for more local comparison because the costs are higher in all of those examples. So that's the first point. Yes, we need to do something about parking. I've got concerns on 2.6 about removing the need for the 50% response to the formal consultation, because that's effectively, I feel, taking away some local democratic control, and also then putting it to a board of senior officers and elected members. I certainly have concerns about that. I agree 100% with Councillor Copley in terms of pavement parking. I haven't seen the motion. I've not read the motion for council next week, but it's one of my bugbears. So I 100% agree that we should get rid of pavement parking. I support what's being said there. But my concern with it is where will I take Councillor Brian's point about decreasing parking, but the issue we have is obviously residents have cars, they have vehicles. And again, what CamCycle were taking is getting alternate public transport to replace the vehicle, but it is a chicken and egg situation at the moment. We're a long way off actually getting what a lot of us would think is good, reliable public transport around Cambridge. Until we get that, you're not going to get people out of their cars. So that's a big issue. So what? And the last point is, I'm not sure. I've tried to look at the map, as I call it, the road to nowhere from the Greater Cambridge Partnership on the road classifications, because I'm not sure how, by linking residents parking here, how that's going to link in with the various reconfiguration of those streets. There may be a solution in there somewhere, and I may have missed it, but I can't see it at the moment. But those are my concerns really with it. But I'm not against actually sorting out parking, and certainly pavement parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Maybe we can actually work together on that one. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Chair. I'd briefly echo some of those comments. I'm always concerned with things like this, because I think that the fatal flaw that we keep seeing coming forward with such schemes is the mistaken belief that everyone can cycle or use public transport. And I know of many cases, including your own division, actually, Chair, of residents that just can't do that, and they really struggle with these type of residents parking schemes that do cause them to feel a bit excluded, do cause isolation because of the difficulties it creates. So I won't be supporting it on that basis. I think there are a lot of positive aspects to it, but until we start considering the difficulties we are causing to certain elements of society who we seem to brush over and exclude, then I just don't think we can support, or I can't support this. I'm also concerned about the comment we heard from the representative of CamCycle around removing the 50%, the need for 50% of those who respond to the consultation, as stopping a small number of residents from blocking these schemes. And I take the point, and I suspect what he's saying is that because so few people generally respond to such consultations, it's not a majority of the residents, it's a majority of those who bother to respond. But how far do we take that, Chair? I would contend there are a few elected members, for example, who are actually elected by a 50%+1 majority of their electorate, rather than those that bother to turn out to vote. So should we have a committee of senior officers to decide who our elected members are, for example? Should we take that away from the voting public as well? I think it's a slippery slope, it's the thin end of the wedge. It's entirely undesirable, I think, to say we no longer wish to take those views of our residents because an unnamed faceless committee of senior officers and members can effectively overrule what they want. It's not very good democracy, Chair, and I won't support it on that basis either.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Do we have any other questions or statements? Councillor King.
Yes, I won't reiterate what has been said before, but I do share Councillor Fuller and Councillor Sharp's concerns, and I just think that this is an undemocratic proposal, and I'm unable to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Shaler.
On Councillor Fuller's assertion that this is about all or nothing, I think it's about providing alternatives to cars where they can be taken up. We're not talking about eradicating all cars, everybody having to cycle at this point. I think that's a little bit. I have to declare at this time that I am actually a member of Living Streets, and so we are very, very interested in clearing the pavement. So I echo a few of the comments that we have here. We have illegal parking on verges and all over the place. It should be noted also that 38% of Cambridge households do not own a car. So also the idea that everybody has a car and everybody needs to drive is already not necessarily true. But I would like to say we are not trying to get rid of the car altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shayler. Councillor Mills.
Yeah, just 2 points. Pavement parking, we're going to talk about a full council, but obviously at the moment, the problem is it's not illegal, so it can't be enforced. The only place it's illegal, I think, is in Westminster or parts of London at any rate. And then there was a second, I just had a question whether Councillor Fuller was supporting proportional representation in his bemoaning of the voting.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. On the pavement parking thing, just to say, I think it actually requires TROs. So if you put TROs in place, you can actually prevent pavement parking, and that's what we're currently lacking. But as you say, we'll come on to that at full council. Does anybody else have any other comments? I would like to make a comment myself, just to clarify some of those points. So I think we do have to be aware that not everybody has the same mobility standards. And therefore, when we look at residence parking, we do allow exemptions for disabled people and people with less mobility. We also have to be aware that we have issues, particularly in a lot of these built up streets, around things like being able to park cargo bikes. And CamCycle will tell you all about that, that if you live in Petersfield and have a cargo bike, there is nowhere to be able to park it, which therefore means you can't get your kids to school in a cargo bike. And that also causes a large number of problems. So we have to balance all of this. And it is all about finding that balance that works for all residents if possible, and if not every single resident, as many as we possibly can. So I think that's what this paper seeks to do, is to try and address that balance. When we come to the 50% point, we've had some seriously unintended consequences with our current 50% rule, where we end up dividing up zones into smaller areas simply because we know that certain areas will support it slightly more than other ones at a particular time. But then what happens is one of the areas that does support it gets a residence parking scheme, and then the other area that previously voted no now decides that they do want it because they see that it has a knock-on effect. So I think what this allows us to do is not prevent dissent and public engagement and all of this, but it allows us to be slightly more strategic and actually look at where perhaps one area that had 49% of people approving it, if the area next door is now getting a residence parking scheme, to be able to say, actually, we think that we might end up down the line with you guys over 50%, and that we actually want to be sensible about this and not split up schemes by smaller areas. We want to actually be able to do this in a strategic way. So I think that's what the GCP is looking at in terms of this. And I think we do need as much public engagement as possible. It's vital that we have as much of our feedback as we can from members of the public, and everything that they have to say on pavement parking, on parking in residence areas, on bicycle parking, and exactly how they want to be able to use their city. And that's the vital thing right now, is that we make a city that everybody wants to be able to live in and that can be able to use. So that's my point on this. Does anyone else have anything else to say before we move to the vote? No, okay, let's move to the vote. I'm guessing from some of the comments we had, we don't have, I can't take this one by affirmation, and that we might have some dissent. So can I, sorry, let me recap what the committee is asked to do, which is to note the content of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Residence Parking Scheme, approve the Cambridge Residence Parking Delivery Plan for 2022, and agree in principles the proposed short-term changes, and delegate the approval of the residence permit pricing mechanism and permit limits to the Executive Director of Places and Economy in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Highways and Transport Committee. So can I get those in favour to raise hands, please? I think that's 8. And those against? And any abstentions? 3. Okay, so I think that's, well, I'm going to pass over to Dan, Democratic Service. I think that's passed.
Thank you, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. Let's move on then, and we are doing quite well. This next item is item 8, which is Elizabeth Way in Cambridge, which is to consider objections to making the experimental bus lane order allowing the use of by powered two-wheelers, i.e. motorbikes, and electric vehicles permanent. I'd like to invite Sonia Hanson to introduce this report. Over to you again, Sonia.
Thank you, Chair. This paper concerns a trial that was run to allow the bus lane on Elizabeth Way to be used for zero emission cars and motorbikes. Received a large amount of feedback during the trial, which is set out in the appendix. There was an overwhelming concern about safety for cyclists, allowing more vehicles into the lane. Regarding zero emission vehicles, the Department for Transport has since outlined that they don't want bus lanes being used by zero emission vehicles, as in due course all vehicles will be zero emissions. While some motorbikes were using the lane, the benefit we think would be marginal, as it requires merging back into main traffic flow at the end of the bus lane. There's the table in 2.8, which sets out the options, and in conclusion, the officer recommendation is to abandon the order.
Thank you, Sonia. I believe we have a number of public questions on this one. So I'm going to start with Friends of Elizabeth Way, which hopefully will be with us on Zoom, Dan.
They've just emailed me to say they are unable to join
okay.
today.
Are you able to read
I'm
out
reading
their
on their behalf. Thank you, Chair. Friends of Elizabeth Way is a campaign group of local residents who are seeking to improve Elizabeth Way. Our group supports the officer's recommendation that the trial of zero emission vehicles and motorcycles on the Elizabeth Way bus lane should be abandoned. County Council's traffic surveys of the Elizabeth Way bus lane show that there is a high level of use of bicycles. Indeed, Elizabeth Way is a key route for active travel into the city. However, for most of its length, Elizabeth Way does not cater for vulnerable road users. Priority has been given to motor vehicles. In order to shift the emphasis to encourage more active travel in the city, there are a number of steps that should be taken. Provide segregated cycle lanes for the entire length of Elizabeth Way in both directions. Remove sections of dual carriageway, making it a single lane road for motor vehicles. Reduce the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. And introduce speed cameras along the length of the road. Will the County Council undertake to allocate funds to provide segregated cycle lanes in both directions on Elizabeth Way for the entire length of the road? We suggest this would be the best achieved by reallocating road space, reducing the road to one lane in each direction for motor traffic. Temporary preformed separators made from rubber or recycled plastic would offer a fast way to introduce this much needed change, pending a more permanent redesign of the road to prioritise active travel.
Thank you, Dan. David Allen.
Yep, we welcome these positive suggestions. There are no funds currently allocated to develop such a scheme, but it's something that may be considered by the GCP or by the County Council active travel leads.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a good idea. I believe we now have Alexander Nix on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Alexander.
Okay, yeah. I'm speaking in favour of the order in order to allow motorcycles and powered two-wheelers access to the bus lane. Would you like me to start speaking?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Motorcycles and powered two-wheelers should have access to bus. Studies show they reduce congestion and pollution, increase safety for a vulnerable road user group, where rates of powered two-wheeler use increase, accident rates decrease as other road users become more used to them. UK government future of urban mobility strategy refers to micro-mobility, but that has existed in the form of PTW since 1883. PTWs take up less road space and parking space and are lighter, having less impact on road infrastructure. They offer an opportunity to reduce emissions, producing less per mile than cars and less particulates than electric cars. Their small weight and size means they're the most energy efficient transportation made regardless of powertrain. Less power is required to propel them. Socially, motorcycles represent a cheap and flexible transport mode which is widely accessible. They can be used when mass transit is not viable, for example, rural to urban journeys out at peak times, and where active travel modes like walking and cycling are impractical or not possible by a user, making motorcycles the most sustainable and inclusive mode of transport. Many other local authorities already allow PTW access, including across London, Brighton, the West Midlands and Northamptonshire, without any issue or conflict with cyclists. And we are currently in the unfair situation where illegal electric scooters can be ridden on roads without challenge by the police, but properly trained riders of taxed and insured riders of PTWs are prevented from accessing road space that would make them safer. I'd like to make some comments on the response to the consultation. The mixing of the trials PTWs and electric vehicles was a mistake. Of the 91 respondents, only 4 specifically opposed PTW access, with the first bizarrely claiming motorcycles have the same mass as a car. 5 responses actually specifically supported PTW access, with most critical of allowing electric cars access to bus lanes. Response was more about how upset cyclists might be than they actually are. And the officer recommendation is apparently based entirely on negative feedback against cars and assumed future negative feedback for motorcycles, but there's no evidential basis to justify that. For example, it says it could lead to strong opposition to cyclists, but there's no evidence there for that. And I would like to stress the fact that as vulnerable road users ourselves, we have more in common with cyclists than what divides us, and we respect that as motorcyclists. I'm a member of the Motorcycle Action Group, and our Pathways to Progress contains more details. However, I believe individuals should be free to select the most appropriate and sustainable mode of transport for each journey's purpose. PTWs need to be included in discussions about transport policy, not least because more of them are becoming zero emission. But a positive start would be to allow them to use bus lanes in order to begin to unlock their benefits for the advantage of all members of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander.
Chair, can I just ask a point of clarification of the speaker? Because I think we lost him as he was explaining what the classification PCW was. And
PTW, power two-wheeler.
Thank you.
It's quite a common reference. It's easier than just repeating motorcycles and power two-wheelers, because obviously
that's fine.
Not
Thanks.
every power two-vehicle is a motorcycle.
Thank you, Alexander. That's very useful. It's definitely something for us to consider. If you'd like to stick around to listen to the debate as well, I think this will come up further. We now have CamCycle, and I believe it's Alex Swanson addressing us today.
Is that on? Yeah. CamCycle supports the officer recommendation to abandon the trial of electric vehicle and bus lanes, both on Elizabeth Way and across the county as a whole. In the emerging Manual for Streets user hierarchy, fully electric zero-emission vehicles are considered second to last, only above combustion engine vehicles, and local policy should reflect this. Both types of vehicle also present an equal danger to cyclists. The RAC supports our objection to these lanes, with spokesman Rod Dennis saying that the trial serves to undermine the very purpose of a bus and cycle lane. Given the high level of use by cycles, including e-bikes, of the Elizabeth Way lane and the current lack of bus routes on the bridge, we believe that active travel to scheme for a bi-directional cycle link between St Andrews Road and Newmarket Road should be installed as soon as possible to enable the uptake in active travel journeys the County Council would like to see. A recommendation for funding for this will be sought at the Combined Authority Transport and Infrastructure Committee tomorrow. Can the County Council tell us when this active travel trial will commence, should the funding be agreed at the next Combined Authority Board meeting?
Thank you very much, Alex, and we will provide a written response to you within the next 10 days, and I'm sure consider it as part of the debate. Members, do you have any questions, comments, or clarifications? Sorry, before I go that, I should firstly just say a very big thank you to all of our public speakers. It's brilliant to say how many public speakers that we have and how diverse their opinions are, and it's really good for us all to hear of those. So thank you all for coming along, and thank you, Alex. But members, do we have any questions, comments, or debate? Anyone want to start us off? Councillor Sharp.
I'll start you off, Chair. Yes, I came here today in total agreement with option C, to be quite honest. But the speaker, Alexander, has sort of given me certain food for thought, I suppose, for want of a better word. Because if you look at the table on, let's go to what I was going to say, and then I'll come back to that. Page 65, where we've within the timeline of that survey, there were only 2 buses along a bus lane. So I find that slightly bizarre that we've got a bus lane, obviously there, if there's little usage. And I understand the concerns of the CamCycle and cyclists with electric vehicles and with motorcycles. I came here thinking, yeah, and I probably still do, but I'm listening to speakers that there is a danger from that, because certainly the electric scooters, I think, are a massive issue, which is a national issue, because obviously they're great modes of transport, but they're effectively unregulated at the moment. So I think they're used in the right place, they can be a brilliant thing getting around. Used in the wrong place, they're a danger to a number of pedestrians and everything else. So I think I'm still veering toward supporting option C, but I'd like, obviously, I know the GCP have done the consultation on more bus lanes on Newmarket Road, and obviously in other areas, but I certainly would like some discussion going forward as to how we can accommodate all road users safely on bus lanes. But that would be my thoughts on it.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. And I have to admit, I agree with you on all of that. As a quick note, the Elizabeth Way Bridge is a slight quirk, because I believe in the 80s it was meant to be dual carriageway all the way along, going all the way to Parker's Piece, but that never quite happened. So we have a lane there which isn't particularly well used and is essentially used as a cycle lane at the moment, but not formally. So there is definitely some work to be done there. And I think Alexander Nix does make some interesting points that there is a really kind of big merging coming as we come to electric motorbikes, between the difference between an electric motorbike and an electric bike and how that changes going forwards. And I think we do need to do a lot of thought into that and how it goes forwards. Do any other members have any questions? Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just slightly confused here, because on Elizabeth Way, the pavements are so wide, they're for dual use. So they are for cyclists and pedestrians. So I can't understand why the cyclists are worried if they go on the road, carry on doing what we're doing on the big pavements until we can get that sorted out.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I think Councillor MacDonald had something to say as well.
Just briefly, Chair. I mean, as an owner of a zero emissions vehicle, I would love to have access to the bus lane. But no, I think the recommendation is probably correct at this stage. I understand our speaker earlier talking about the powered two-wheeler. Probably horrified to hear me say, of course, there could be in future an allowance for electric powered two-wheel vehicles. But anyway, that's I think we should keep a watching brief on that. But for the moment, the importance of the bus flow being continuous and not impacted by others, and to continue the cycle access, seems to make a great deal of sense.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Shaler.
I'd like to thank the Friends of Elizabeth Way. They have some interesting suggestions and food for thought, and I wonder if some of it might be amenable to the City Transformer Fund CPCA, David, perhaps.
Thank you, Neil. I do actually think there is probably a bigger piece of work to look at Elizabeth Way in general and how it works. And I know the GCP is looking at the Elizabeth Way roundabout. So I'm hoping that some thought can go into all of this at the same time. Do we have any further comments or debate? Sorry, Councillor Dupree. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Yeah, I did indicate, and I thought you'd see me. Right. There are, it seems to me, two issues here. There's firstly the issue of Elizabeth Way specifically, and secondly, there's the issue of cycle lanes in Cambridge more widely. On the first point, I think the argument has been well made in the report that the Elizabeth Way lane should not be open to zero emission vehicles. and I fully accept that. And I think that that part of the trial definitely needs to be abandoned. The second issue is on powered two-wheelers, and I I think personally that the argument there has been perhaps less well made than it was for electric vehicles, but but I still think that there is a valid point there about the preponderance of cycles in Cambridge, and that makes Cambridge fairly unusual compared with many other places in which such experiments have or might take place. So I'm prepared to support the proposal that we cease the experimental order with regard to the powered two-wheelers as well, not least because the other issue is about Cambridge more widely, and the report isn't really clear about the implications of a decision today on Cambridge more widely, but the understanding was, when the proposal was made a few years ago, that if this experiment were to succeed by whatever measure, it would then be extended across Cambridge. And I don't think that that is something I would be prepared to support. I don't think what has gone, the experiment to date, actually justifies that. And I think therefore a lingering retention of use of the bus lanes for powered two-wheelers, if that were then to mean accepting that for Elizabeth Way would translate to the rest of Cambridge, I think is entirely misplaced. And therefore I'm entirely happy to vote that the order be ceased.
Thank you, Councillor du Preez. Councillor Coutts.
Thank you. I was quite interested by the query which had occurred to me as well. Did any of the officers have any clarification as to why almost no buses or coaches seem to be using this bus lane?
Sonia?
It's a route that doesn't have many buses on it. I think the park and ride was started going a different route, so it doesn't go down there anymore.
It just makes sense. Thank you. Just to add on that one, I think it was a route that got cut during the COVID pandemic a fair bit due to lack of demand, but I believe it's a route that the GCP is looking to bring back as part of their Making Connections work. So I imagine we will see more buses going down there later. Anybody else? Councillor Shaler.
It should be noted that it is open for use by taxis and hired vehicles still. So,
right. If I see no other members, do we need to take this to the vote? Okay, let's take it to. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mills.
Sorry, I wasn't clear on how we could take forward Councillor du Preez's suggestion that we treat this in isolation. If I understood you correctly, Councillor du Preez, you were saying that the original intention was to use this as a signpost, and if we agreed it or disagreed it, that would set a parameter for future consideration.
So I think that's actually outlined in the paper, Councillor Mills, that if we agreed this today, it was to look at rolling out further, but without agreeing this today, it will stop any work on rolling out across other cycle lanes.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just highlight what the committee is asked to do today, which is A, allow the experimental traffic order to lapse and return the bus lane to previous usage, and B, inform the objectors and others who submitted written representations of the decision. And I believe looking around the room, we might need to take a vote on this. So can I have hands up for those in favour of those recommendations? Those against? Councillor G, thank you very much. And I don't believe from my math there's any abstentions. No, okay, so that's all by Councillor G. I consider that carried. Thank you very much. Let's move to item 9, which is objections relating to the proposed traffic regulation order on Vinery Road. That's one of the school streets projects. Sonia Hanson, the traffic manager, will introduce us. Over to you again, Sonia. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this paper sets out the results of a consultation on a traffic regulation order for a school streets programme in Vinery Road and Vinery Way in Cambridge. the reason it's coming to committee is due to the number of responses and petitions received. There were a lot of responses, but there was significantly more support for the scheme. Supports our active travel proposals, and the offer its recommendation is to approve the order.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And I believe we have 2 public questions on that. So let's start with Councillor Healy's and Councillor Pound, who I believe are city councillors for Romsey. Councillor Healy, do you want to start us off?
Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm a local ward councillor from Romsey. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and Councillor Pounds in support of the School Street scheme on Vinery Way. What I would say, having seen it firsthand, is it's made an incredible difference in our local area. I've been down myself at the school times, and I've seen the difference it's made in terms of improved safety, in terms of seeing children and their parents being able to cycle to school and back, and it's just been absolutely fantastic. And what I would say is the community, by and large, are hugely in support of these restrictions. There have been a few who have expressed that they're not happy with it, but the vast majority of our residents are in favour of it. And what we're actually talking about is basically 20 minutes either side of the school day where the road's closed. So it's very limited restrictions. And what I would hope is that hopefully it could be extended to all children across our city so that they can all have access to the same scheme, which has been so powerful in Romsey. Finally, I just wanted to pay tribute to all the parents who've been involved in this scheme. They have worked so hard. They've been out twice a day, every day, setting up the scheme as volunteers and manning the road closures. And it's just been so fantastic to see the community coming together in Romsey to put this in place. And it's been no small undertaking. So for these reasons, I would strongly urge the committee to support these restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Healy and Councillor Pounds. I have to admit, I actually live 500 metres away from here, and my next door neighbours go to that school. So I have seen the real difference it makes, and it's brilliant to see how much of the community has worked together to actually enforce this. But we also have CamCycle in the room. I believe it's Alex Swanson again. Over to you, Alex. Thank you.
We support the recommendation to make School Street on Vinery Road permanent. The additional proposal for a physical modal filter in this location will make the implementation of the School Street more sustainable in the long term, as it will reduce the number of entry points that will need to be monitored by volunteers and will make the road safer all times a day. Can the County Council confirm when this modal filter will be installed? And many other schools will not have the benefit of a permanent modal filter. I mean, that schools struggle to get the commitment of volunteers to monitor the school streets. The use of ANPR cameras will make it possible for more schools to introduce school streets to keep their students safe and encourage healthier journeys. However, it appears that this will not be possible in Cambridgeshire, as the County Council has apparently not yet applied to the Secretary of State for an order designating all or part of their network as a civil enforcement area for moving traffic contraventions. In order to ensure school streets can be maintained and regulated across the county, will the Highway Authority apply to these powers so we can move towards delivering such schemes as the use of the ANPR cameras, making it possible for more students and their families to benefit from the School Streets programme?
Thank you very much, Alex. David, do you have a response?
Yeah, officers are gathering information and will be preparing a report to go to Highways and Transport Committee later this year with a proposal for an application to the Secretary of State for those moving traffic enforcement powers.
Thank you very much. So that's the end of our public questions. Thank you again to those speakers. Do we have members? Does anybody have any comments? Or Councillor Mills, over to you.
Can I just stress that it would be my personal preference to have that process accelerated if it's all possible, because it gives us significant additional powers to be able to do what we would like.
Totally agree. The school streets have gone down really well across the board. Anybody else? Councillor Shaler.
I have to also declare that this again is in my own division, and I would like to echo Councillor Healy. It has had fantastic local support. In general, we do support, I think we have quite broad support across this committee for school streets across the county. Many of them have failed due to the lack of numbers of volunteers. This is not the case here. They've had an amazing response from the locals. So I wholeheartedly support the scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. 2 or 3 points. I mean, I support the principle of school safer streets. I think it's a good idea. It won't work in all locations because of the layout of where the schools are currently. In my own village, it's a main road between 2 villages, and if we shut that at rush, sort of morning and evenings, I think we would have chaos. But I support the principle. I've got a couple of comments about it, and reading the objections. I know one of the objectors, and I know the location of where it is. I don't know, obviously, the street as well as Councillor Shaler does. But one was talking about having a barrier there at the pinch point in Vinery Road, whether that would help the move, trying to keep, I was going to say residents happy is the wrong word, but trying to allow residents who live on those roads some sort of flexibility so they can get in and out, but obviously maintaining the safety for children. Another concern I've got is reading the objections and comments is parents then parking on Coldham's Lane, which I think is an issue in itself because it will could be affected even more by the item we're going to be discussing on item 11, depending on what happens with the bridge and Mill Road. So that's another thing. And the third thing I'm going to touch on is back on the 29th of March at Strategy and Resources Committee, Councillor Nefsinger did say that we'll be looking at future whether there is more money available for this and other schemes in highways, but at the moment, as has happened already, we are looking quite carefully at how things are funded in highways and taking through that through the correct process, so it will come forward that way. Certainly, I think the money is there, as our group did point out at budget setting. There was the 1.99% that was taken off residents that was put straight into reserves. So I think there is money there to fund this, and I would urge the joint administration to certainly look at funding safer streets for those schools where the layout does work, because obviously it doesn't work for all schools. Thank you.
Totally agree, and I've actually been very happy that close to this school is St Matthews, and I see that they've recently got their school street up and running as well. So it's good to see these rolling out where they can. Does any other members have any comments, or do any other members? I'm sorry, it's not open for the public at the moment, sir. Any other members? No? Well, then I think it's probably good that we move to the vote on this one. So the committee is asked to approve the proposed pedestrian and cycle zones school street scheme as advertised in Vinery Road and Vinery Way, Cambridge, and inform the objectors accordingly. Can I take it by affirmation? Yes, okay. I've got the nod from Councillor Duke, so unless there's any dissent, we will take that by affirmation. Thank you very much. We are doing very well, coming up on 11:30. So next on the agenda is item 10, which is the A505 Royston to Granta Park study. I'd like to invite, is it Matthew Bowles, Lead Transport and Infrastructure Officer, to introduce this report. Oh, it's David Allett instead then. Over to David.
Hi all, and I'll hand over to Jeremy for technical questions as appropriate. This paper is not dissimilar to the modelling paper I presented earlier in that it's largely seeking a funding approval, a delegated approval in due course to enter into grant funding agreement with the combined authority. The A505 study is an important growth area. There is a endemic congestion there, and back in 2019 a piece of work was commenced to prepare a preliminary strategic outline business case in the area. The background to that is set out in the background of the paper. It is our hope that the combined authority will put the funding in place to allow us to take that through to a complete strategic outline business case. So today we seek the relevant delegations in order to do that. Also, the work to date has previously been coordinated through a member steering group, and we will seek a delegation or a nomination of 3 members of the committee to sit on the steering group for the study, given changes in the administration. So just to summarise again what the recommendations are. First of all, it's to note the updated position on the A505 Royston to Granta Park study. It's to endorse our proposal to submit a bid for funding to the combined authority to carry out the work that we set out in this report. It's to delegate the decision to enter into an appropriate grant funding agreement with the CPCA for us to then progress that work, and to nominate 3 members of the committee to sit on the member steering group for the study.
Thank you, David. Do we have any public questions as well? I don't believe we do. Oh, sorry, Jeremy, are you? No, okay, fine. We will move to the debate then. Did I see Councillor Milnes, your hand up first? Did I see that? I think I did. Over to you then.
Thank you. I'm just like to say I'm pleased that this is being brought back for reconsideration. I was a part of the original working group that investigated this along with Councillor MacDonald and others. I'd be happy to go back onto that working group to continue the work that it did. It's a really significant project. The irony of me arriving late today because I was held up on the A505 may not be missed on this committee. And it would be a pleasure to be involved in addressing the issues that the 505 creates. So thank you.
And it would be a pleasure to have you on there, Councillor Milnes, I'm sure. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. So whilst I agree with the recommendations, just to echo some of the comments from Councillor Milnes, I was also held up, so we were in good company. The 505 still carrying, I think David may have the up-to-date numbers, in excess of 28,000 vehicles a day. I think the chair is aware that when we had an issue at the McDonald's roundabout, there were nearly 10 miles of traffic in either direction. So that gives you an idea how significant an artery this is. As David knows, we've got the development of the Genome Campus coming forward. For those that don't know, they'll be building out 1,500 dwellings over the next 5 to 10 years. It has massive implications. I did also tease David that at home, but I forgot to bring it today. I have a brochure from 1985 saying that the County Council would look at the traffic on the A505. So we've got to get on with this. Together with Councillor Milnes and other members who want to participate, I will very much support the work. There is really some urgency to this now. And I would make the final plea, and this is a discussion obviously with Combined Authority and the officers, that we should not rule out going to Highways England and asking for an opening on junction 9 of the M11 to be a southbound as well as a northbound access, because that single development could solve a lot of the problems on the A505. Of course, the costs are not inconsequential, they're significant, but it's an obvious thing to do to help alleviate that whole area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. That's Councillor MacDonald, not Councillor Milnes. That's really insightful and really useful. And given that we were opening the bridge in Whittlesea yesterday, that I think has been in the works for about 30 years, it is unfortunately fairly common for these things to take a long time, but definitely very, very useful things for us to look at, particularly the M11 junction. Does anyone else have any comments or points they want to raise on this? Looking around, no. In that case, then we are doing incredibly well. Let's move to a vote. The committee is asked to note the updated position on the A505 Royston to Granta Park study, endorse the County Council's proposal to submit a bid for funding to the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and to carry out work set out in that report, to delegate the decision to enter into an appropriate grant funding agreement with the CPCA to the Executive Director placing the economy in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of this committee, and nominate 3 members might be you, Councillor Lyons, of the committee to sit on the member steering group for the study. Can I take this by affirmation? Looking around for any dissent? No dissent. Okay, let's take that by affirmation then. Right, shall we do this? Item 11, Mill Road. The Greater Cambridge Partnerships for the review of Mill Road, Cambridge. Sorry, 1 second.
It was just a question whether we want to do a break before this item, but I'll leave it in your hands, Chair.
So we are currently 11:30. I'm wondering whether this might go over a little bit, but I think it would be a prime point to do lunch after this and actually give ourselves a decent lunch break. So if members, we're an hour and a half in, so if members are okay to do this and then have lunch afterwards, I think that would probably be my preference. Councillor du Preez?
Chair, I am concerned that we give our staff, particularly those writing minutes, a proper break after 2 hours. So I would be very concerned if we began this item and for it to run significantly over. You will clearly have a better handle than I on how likely that is, but I wouldn't want to see us running more than a minute or two past 12 noon.
Can I look to officers on that one? Do you think we could do this in half an hour? Are you okay to continue? Or would you rather take a break now? Let's go. Let's go. Okay, let's go and see what we can do. Half an hour, I'm hoping will be good. We've been doing well so far. Everyone's been keeping very well to time. So can I ask David Allett to introduce this report? Thank you. Over to you, David.
Thank you. Back in November last year, we asked the Greater Cambridge Partnership to carry out a consultation regarding Mill Road and the Mill Road Bridge. This followed the removal of the experimental traffic order there. There was a really rich discussion at that point, and what has followed that has been a really rich consultation carried out by the GCP that ran between well, I think it started in February this year. The report for that consultation is provided in this paper, and accompanying that report is a series of recommendations for how the county council could then move forward. The recommendations as follows: it's to note the review that's been undertaken by the GCP regarding Mill Road. It is to agree to apply for a traffic regulation order, to consult on a traffic regulation order to introduce the modal filter on Mill Road. As part of that, to include an application consultation on those exemptions within the TRO, including disabled residents and taxis. It's also in parallel to agree to work with the combined authority and the GCP to develop a public realm improvement scheme along Mill Road. And it's to put in place a monitoring network in and around the surrounding streets to understand and be responsive to associated traffic impacts. And the final recommendation is to continue to work with the GCP on the network hierarchy review of the Cambridge Road network.
Thank you very much, David. So we have a number of questions on this. I think, firstly, it's incumbent on me to point out that this is not a final decision. I know we've had some city councillors rather unhelpfully briefing that this is a final decision, that this is not a final decision. This is a decision to consult on the TRO and what exemptions are required on it. So please do bear that in mind. But let's start us off with public questions. So we have Mill Road for People, and I actually don't know who is presenting that. It's Richard Calvary, I believe. Is that correct? Okay, both of you guys together. Or, sorry. Do you want to introduce yourself? I'm sorry, because I don't have your name there.
Yes, my name's Katie Hawkes. I have 3 colleagues here also from Mill Road for People, and we have 3 questions, and I have a brief statement. If you would like us all to come up as a clump so that we can sort of trot through it.
Go on then, why not? Let's have you all up at once, and we can have this as a Mill Road for People.
And while they're setting up, I'll just read a brief statement. So we in Mill Road for People are very, very pleased that this consultation has proved conclusively what we have always known, that there is overwhelming support for both the reduction in motor vehicles on Mill Road and improvements in the streetscape. The results are absolutely clear-cut, not even close, and this gives you a manifest obligation to act with speed and ambition. Our understanding is that you will now be consulting on specific ways to implement options 2 and 3 from the consultation. However, there is already clear and explicit support for a filter on Mill Road Bridge, and we see no reason to delay on this while other aspects of the scheme go out for further consultation. On the question of a filter, we are and always have been fully supportive of exemptions for blue badge holders. We also believe that taxes form a plank in enabling residents to cut down on personal car ownership and use, and therefore support exemptions for Cambridge Hackney carriages in principle. However, many residents remain concerned about problems such as speeding, pavement parking, and close passing of cyclists by taxi drivers, and we would like to see a commitment to dealing with these issues before any exemption is granted. This consultation showed a massive, that's 83%, support for improving the quality of the streetscape. Mill Road for People has many innovative ideas about this, which we will be sharing with you, officer and the officers. We urge you to show ambition and vision in carrying out the project. As well as honouring the wishes of residents, this will be the best way to support the wonderful local businesses at the heart of Mill Road. And anything half-hearted would be the worst of all worlds. We also want to point out that in the context of plans to reduce traffic throughout the city, this is a great chance to make Mill Road into a blueprint for other low traffic streets. We all know that traffic reduction is necessary, but its implementation is always controversial. We believe that an attractive and successful Mill Road is very likely to reduce opposition to traffic reduction in other areas. A final thing we need to stress is that simply reinstating a filter on Mill Road Bridge will not by itself be an adequate solution to reducing traffic congestion. When the bus gate was in place previously, we saw an increase in rat running from Mill Road to Hills Road through streets such as Tennyson Road. We need measures to ensure that this does not happen again, that residents along and near all areas of Mill Road benefit equally from traffic reductions. I will finish by saying that above all else, we want you to get on with it now. We have been waiting for solutions to Mill Road traffic since 1973 at the latest, and that was before I was born. There is no longer any excuse for delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, do you want to come back on that one?
Yeah, just a comment on 3 areas: the timings, the funding, and surrounding streets. So if the Highways and Transport Committee approves, the traffic regulation order application would be worked up. The traffic regulation order publication process includes a formal consultation. So officers are working on the practicalities of enforcement, though the intention is to move to that stage as quickly as possible. And if that TRO is ultimately approved to implement upon approval. In terms of funding, we're exploring funding opportunities with the GCP and the combined authority. We've identified potential surrounding the Transforming Cities Fund, and we're engaging with the CPC in this regard. But certainly we see this as an important set of complementary measures that we want to bring forward as quickly as possible. In terms of the surrounding streets, the proposals will be introducing a form that considers wider impacts. It will be supported by monitoring of the surrounding network to help us to understand and manage unintended consequences. When the experimental traffic order was introduced, it was at the height of the COVID pandemic. So we don't think it's reasonable to consider that as typical. So we will be keeping a close watch on what is happening in the surrounding streets should a model filter be reintroduced.
Thank you, David, and thank you very much to you all from Mill Road for People. We're now moving on, I believe. Oh, you do have
brief questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Shall I read the first? Oh, I'll read the first. What are your plans for further consultation from this point, and what timescale do you hope to have? I think, David, you've partially answered that. And given that 72% of respondents explicitly backed the return of traffic restrictions on Mill Road Bridge, can you confirm that a TRO for this measure can be put in place immediately? I know you're consulting on different things, but this to be put in place immediately without waiting for the whole Mill Road plan to be finalised.
Yeah, so the next stage, if approved, would be to publish the TRO application, which within that is a consultation period. As I've said, regarding the complementary public realm works, that's something that we would seek to move forward as quickly as possible. But clearly there is work to do there to identify appropriate funding and to design up an appropriate scheme.
Thank you, David. And thank you all. I'm aware at the end of the 3 minutes. I'll let you very, very quickly, but we do have to move on to other speakers, but go ahead quickly.
To Mill Road, carried out in an ambitious manner to provide a model for future low traffic streets. What funding streams are available to make sure that the clear wishes of residents are carried out? In particular, we learned some months ago that there has been significant underspend of the combined authorities Transforming Cities Fund. It was suggested that some of that money could be spent on Mill Road and Coldham's Lane. Mill Road for People contacted the Mayor, Nick Johnson, about this and were told that this could be considered once the consultation results were available, which of course they are. Can you confirm that this will now be urgently and energetically taken forward so that we don't lose what could be an amazing opportunity? And of course, Friends of Elizabeth Way have made a very good argument too.
Thank you. And certainly the example funding source you provided is something that we're giving active consideration to, and we're speaking with the combined authority about, whilst also we're open to a range of funding sources. So we'll keep our eyes peeled, and certainly continue on the Transforming Cities dialogue and see if we can unlock that funding.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we probably do need to move on now to Mill Road Traders. We have had our 3 minutes. I'm sorry, we've gone way over the 3 minutes. We allow 3 minutes per kind of group of speakers. So we probably do need to move on to the Mill Road Traders, but thank you very much. I'm sure we will also hear in the debate a lot more about things as well.
Is there an opportunity?
So do we have the Mill Road Traders? Do we have any representatives from the Mill Road Traders? No. Okay, let's move on to CamCycle then. I believe it's Martin again.
We're very pleased to see the outcome of the Mill Road consultation, which was very well publicised, and we urge you, the committee, to proceed with the officer recommendation to consult on a traffic regulation order to reinstate a bus gate modal filter on Mill Road. It's now 49 years since the problem of high traffic volume was first raised, an incredible long time. This is a narrow 6 metre wide road, taking an unacceptable volume of traffic, yet it's not even a B road. The ongoing traffic dominance means a whole range of problems, from a very high collision rate, the second worst area in the city and within the top 10 for the whole of the county, persistent pavement parking, poor disabled access due to narrow pavements with problems for those with asthma or limited sight, and an unsafe environment for children with their parents. Evidence from schemes across the country, and indeed our own area here in near on Bridge Street, shows that removing through traffic makes for a more pleasant and welcoming space that encourages more people to visit, giving long-term benefits for local people and local traders. Clear public support has now undoubtedly been demonstrated in this consultation, in addition to that of the earlier one. So this now needs to be followed with a clear statement of intent from the county that a scheme will definitely happen. All future communication should be based on how this scheme will proceed, not whether. And so we support all of the recommendations, including blue badge holder exemptions, but we'd like to know how soon the county will be prepared to install the modal filter. To support a filter, a proper streetscape scheme for Mill Road is important. There will need to be cycle parking, seating, tree planters, dedicated blue badge spaces right outside the shops, short stay shopper parking, wider pavements, more pedestrian crossings, relocation of street furniture like cycle parking from off the pavement and onto the road space, improved street space for trading, parklets, and pavement continuity at side roads, something that Mill Road Traders Association also advocated in their presentation. These are a whole range of benefits which will enhance access for everyone visiting the street. And a modal filter on its own without these improvements would undermine support for the change. And so these improvements would also help reassure traders of the county's intention to get more people visiting and shopping on the street. So questions are, will the county commit to these improvements, and will street improvements be developed alongside the TRO consultation to avoid unnecessary delay? And do you agree that the GCP should work with local residents and groups on scheme detail rather than producing a design in isolation?
Thank you very much, Martin. Let's move on. Thank you very much for your comments. Let's move on. We have Councillor Healy, I believe, by Zoom. Is that Councillor Healy here?
I am, yes. Yeah, thank you very much.
Over to you again, Councillor Healy.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to say too much today, as clearly it's not a decision-making meeting, but clearly there is still a further consultation being recommended, which if approved by the committee today will need to explore the details of any future restrictions. But what I would like to say today is clearly residents have spoken. It certainly reflects the conversations that I've had as a local councillor on the doorsteps in Romsey. And clearly Romsey councillors have all been outspoken in our support for restrictions. And I know as a first-time cyclist during the pandemic, how much of an impact it had on me in terms of feeling safe to be able to cycle in my local area. We've always been clear on the need for exemptions for particular groups. And I'd just like to thank Councillor Jerry Bird, a member of your committee, but also a colleague of mine on the City Council, who's really opened my eyes up and been able to see through her eyes as a disabled user about the lack of inclusivity in terms of our entire transport network across the city, and the need for us to be more inclusive going forward generally in terms of pavements and roads and being able to access places. But I'd also like to see various other options as well as having restrictions, exemptions for disabled. And in particular, I'd really urge the committee in terms of the exemptions being consulted on to look at things like electric delivery vehicles and other environmentally friendly options that can potentially be exempted as well. And I think it's important to put that out to the public. But I think it should be part of obviously a wider agenda. We want all children to be able to get to school safely across our city, not just in Romsey, but right across the city in terms of reducing traffic and promoting active travel. So I think that's really important, that it's not just Mill Road, that it's other areas of the city as part of an agenda right across the city. And the final point I'd like to make is I'd really like to see an inclusive process in terms of the consultation. I was very disappointed and concerned by the consultation which took place. Now, whilst the responses were really overwhelming in terms of the surveys, I think some of the other methods in terms of the workshops were deeply discriminatory. They weren't inclusive processes. A 5-hour workshop in the middle of the working day excludes everyone apart from retirees to participate, and another 5-hour workshop on a Saturday is excluding so many people, such as families or carers. And I think going forward, we really need to design an inclusive process where we're engaging young people, where we're engaging groups right across the area in Romsey and Petersfield and the city. So I think it's really important that members do think very carefully about engaging with our residents in an inclusive way so that we can design these restrictions going forward. So finally, I would just like to reiterate that Romsey councillors fully support restrictions with exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Do we now have Mill Road traders in the building? Yes, thank you. Do you want to come forwards? Thank you. And just to remind you, we do, the council rules are 3 minutes per speaker. So please do try and keep yourself to 3 minutes. Thank you.
So the speaker is on. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me to speak, because it was 4 of us to try to get here and only you allowed 1 of us to speak. So I hope the same thing goes to everybody, the same concept of what we use, because it was supposed, it's a big decision which is going to affect all the traders and residents and everybody. Anyway, let's go back to, my name is Shapur Mefta. I'm the chair for Mill Road Trader Associations, and I've been very lucky to have a business in Mill Road for the last 27 years. It's been hard, and we are trying to survive from all these rise of cost of living, and still we are trying to recover from the COVID. And it's a lot is happening. I'm sure you all have looked at the Cambridge Partnership website, which they are promoting all these things happening, trying to make it greener and better community, joining them together. And they are saying that we are trying to improve we are trying to get this done. We need to get the transport going, homes, economy, skills, clean air, and communities. Transport is the main issue. Everybody has problem, because if there is no public transport, good, reliable transport, you cannot get from A to B. And if the B is not a destination, it's going to be very hard to get to it. Then it talks about the skills. I mean, ensure people have the right skills for the local jobs. What sort of jobs are we looking at? Is there any job available? At the moment, it's zero. Clean air. Talking about clean air, we all are doing our best to reduce our carbon footprint. And I got rid of my diesel car, I got a petrol car, and I'm hoping that in one day I should get an electric car if I can afford it. But I just want to give you deserve to have a congratulation by cutting all the trees down Milton Road, because if you're promoting green air, why did you chop all those trees down? It's going to take years and years before those trees, the new ones, is going to have the same effect. The last one, communities. When bridge was closed, we had problems with the communities, Mill Road, Petersfield, and Romsey. I did a lot of canvassing at both sides, and they all were arguing with each other. And it's nice to have some sort of solution which is not going to conflict the communities with each other, because it's not it should be something on the table which is not, or everybody is going to be happy. I mean, we all support a better life, cleaner air, and the majority of people are trying to reduce their carbon footprint. Whatever the solution is going to be on the table, it should think at Cambridge at one part, not just Mill Road, or everybody is pointing to the bridge now. Mill Road Bridge has to be closed. That bridge, it was designed to take from A to B, from Romsey to Petersfield. And that is the problem which everybody said, that bridge is not safe. I would like to ask the CamCycle people, how many accidents or incidents has happened recently? None. And the other things I can say is, people that cycle, cars are giving them a lot more way to make sure they are safe and sound. And if they can prove there was any accident, we will say, okay, then the bridge is not safe, but there are other solutions we can do it. When we got not our way, people's way to get the bridge open, it put the community back together. And I know that my 3 minutes is going to be over soon, so don't worry, I'll be short. When the bridge was closed, we had lots of problems. When it got open, thank you to, I just want to emphasize that to Jerry, because she listened to people. not look at the data, which I'm not sure most of those data are right or whatever, because I live there. I'm there from early in the morning until late at night, and I see a lot of things happening, which is trying to promote Mill Road and not to destroy it. We asked for a consultation after the opening of the bridge. The bridge was, do I have time or you're going to chop me off?
Yes,
few more
we
minutes.
allow 3 minutes. You're currently up to 5, so please do.
Okay. So the consultation was, we asked for a fair, simple, and clear consultation. But that consultation at the end was pointing to get rid of your car, just use the bicycle or walk or use the public transport. And this is not right. And the other question I was going to ask is, it says 92% of the people who responded was white British. Mill Road is a multicultural. It's a lot of people that live there. And I just wanted to make sure whatever the plan is going to be on the table, it has to be for the whole lot of Cambridge, not just for the Mill Road, because we have to get the destination right before we can do anything else. Sorry about the
Thank you. I probably should have pointed out at the beginning of this what our rules are on this, which is that we allow up to 3 public speakers, 3 minutes each. We extended it to 4 to try and foster debate, and we've kind of allowed everybody to go over as well. So it's not that we're trying to shut down debate. We do want to make sure everyone's heard, but obviously we do also need to try and get through everything.
Can I ask this question? So it doesn't mean that one person from each association for the CAMSAG, one person from Mill Road.
It means you can join together. It's 3 minutes per person or group if you decide to join together. So I think that's what we'd intended, is Mill Road traders to have 3 minutes as one, Mill Road people to have 3 minutes as one, as one group. David, did you want to come back in any of those points quickly, or should we move on to the debate? I'm not sure. Let's, if it's okay with everybody else, I think there's going to be a lot of this covered in the debate. I personally am also aware that this is not the final decision. We also have the GCP doing a lot of work here on city access, and particularly the network hierarchy review. So this is almost a stepping stone, and there might be much smarter things we can do in the future around this. So when we think about this, let's think about what we're doing here today, which is going to a TRO consultation process, but also be aware that this is a stepping stone and that we do need to make sure Mill Road thrives. I don't think anybody in this room doesn't want Mill Road to thrive. It is a brilliant place for the community. I am regularly there shopping and biking down it myself. So I think we're all aware of that. But let's move to the debate. Do I have members? Do I have anybody that wants to? Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, it's almost a year since this committee made the decision to remove the restriction on Mill Road. I was one of those who supported that decision. I believe the decision, my decision on that, the way I voted, was correct, following the representation we had to the committee and the debate that ensued in the committee. I also supported the later decision, which we made in November, to ask GCP to undertake that review on our behalf as part of the city access proposals. I believe it's right because of the knock-on effects that closure had on Mill Road. And I think we were right to also press for it to be expedited. I will support the recommendation today because I believe that the review carried out so far, the consultation carried out so far, has led us to this position. And I will therefore support that, and I hope that in due course we will arrive at a decision that actually suits the majority. It will not suit everybody, but it will suit the majority of people, and will result in a proper discussion amongst the different groups, and result in a solution that actually benefits the whole of Cambridge and not just one particular aspect of it. And so, as I say, I will support the recommendations that have come out today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. So I wanted to make 2 or 3 points and then listen to the submissions, both from Mill Road for People and from on the traders, because there is a balance to strike here. A few things. First of all, what's different about the situation now compared to 12 months ago is the network hierarchy review. There would be no point, in my view, To take the analogy of putting the finger in the dike to stop the water and the water comes out somewhere else, in other words, creates a traffic problem elsewhere. So this situation that we're looking at this issue in the context of the network hierarchy review and city access is extremely important and not to be underestimated. And that is different from previous situation. I think that from what I've seen from the reports, the consultation responses are pretty clear, which is that the community are looking for, if not the exact situation that existed when the bridge closure was made, then something close to it. And I think we can't ignore that as a committee. I've been along Mill Road many times in the past 12 months, and the traffic levels and associated impact on the community are undeniable. I do respect the view of the traders and their concerns, and we should take that into account. But at the same time, I think we can't really accept the status quo as it is, i.e. a completely free-flowing level of traffic on Mill Road. Let's see what the next steps bring us. But I think the direction of travel is correct, and I would also agree with Mac's comments, and I would also support the recommendations.
Thank you, Peter, and very good points about the network hierarchy review and how this can't be viewed in isolation. Councillor Fuller?
Thank you, Chair. I'd agree entirely with the previous two speakers. I think we are in a very different place to where we were 12 months ago in that heated debate in the Guildhall. In that really what we were being asked to do at that time was try to patch up and continue with quite an imperfect scheme. And I would agree with Councillor Healy. I too pay tribute to Councillor Bird, because she was a very strong voice in trying to look at some of those potential exclusions and what that actually meant. And there was clearly a feeling on the day in that meeting that we couldn't try and patch up that imperfect scheme, and that really what we needed to do was exactly what we have done. And so I know her vote was very brave, actually. I don't want to embarrass her here, but I know she suffered for that vote. But I would hope in hindsight, most people will see that actually this was the right way to do this, because what we now have in front of us is the results of a very comprehensive consultation that very clearly gives us the views of the public and the residents. And that's something that we can clearly take notice of, and that we can try now in moving on to the next stage and consulting on the TRO in getting a scheme that will work properly, hopefully, and that will take into account all those potential exemptions that Councillor Bird has quite rightly raised, and that will try and satisfy more people than I think we were able to in the scheme that was in place 12 months ago. So I will support the recommendations on that basis. I think it was the right thing to do to take the time to have this consultation. And, I'm not often singing the praises of the GCP, but I will on this occasion say they've done a very, very good job with this consultation. So well done to them.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was a very good consultation. Let's move on. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I too, last year at the debate, I voted in favour of reopening, mainly around what I thought at the time was a very loaded question on the agenda paper, and similarly to Councillor Fuller, I commend Councillor Bird for the comments that she made that day. I've got a number of points, if I can very quickly go through them. And Councillor McDonald's touched on one of my major ones, which is around the traffic coming in from the east of the city. We've got the Newmarket Road consultation in respect of increasing bus lanes. We've got the effect on Coldham's Lane. We've just made a decision in terms of safer school streets. And if you read the objections to that about parents parking on Coldham's Lane, we've then got the knock-on effect on Cherry Hinton Road and Hills Road. If we obviously shut the bridge. So I think there needs to, and I've said this before, I think there needs to be some work, some modelling done to make sure that we don't solve a problem here. And I don't want people in unsafe environments or in polluted environments. That's not what I want. At the same time, we don't want to solve a problem in Mill Road, for example, and then create another problem elsewhere in the city. So I think we've got to look at it. I mean, one of the issues, and I'll very quickly mention it, one of the solutions is obviously the GCP's aim to get better public transport. If we get that, then you can get people out of the cars. But it is, again, without banging the drum, a chicken and egg situation. If we don't get the transport, people aren't going to get out of the cars. So I'll move on very quickly. Yes, I do drive in Mill Road, and I go to Glisson Road quite often. And so I drive down Mill Road. I've driven over the bridge behind cyclists, and I've seen them very obviously slowly going up the hill. And, you know, I've been considerate, as I hope everybody is, but I accept everybody's not like that. And you wait behind them, and then when you can safely go past, you do. I have concerns again about the road classification. Obviously, I think that this Mill Road's got to come into this road classification that the GCP are looking at. I take the comments about CamCycle wanting, for want of a better word, more street furniture if the bridge is closed. And I'm just concerned there about access for residents who live either side of Mill Road in terms of then getting out safely if they've got vehicles onto Mill Road and wherever they want to go to. So that would be one of the things. Obviously, Mill Road for traders have mentioned the effect on businesses. I'm sure when the bridge was shut, some businesses flourished, some maybe suffered. Obviously, it's very difficult to quantify that because we had the dreaded thing of COVID. So it's very different. But and then my other concerns, and again, it was touched on with the rut running through Tennyson Road and St Barnabas Road. I've seen that myself driving around, and I know a lot of people use those roads to shortcut to get to the station. But again, that's an issue we need to consider, to be fair to those residents who live on those roads. So we've got to consider that. And finally, to finish, I don't share my colleague Councillor Fuller's joy of the GCP. I find them, certainly in my dealings with them, an undemocratic, an unelected body who are not, there's no, certainly we haven't got democratic representation of that. So what I would like to say is we need to make sure that the questions that are asked on the TRO are not leading questions, but they're genuinely thing. And one final thing, I'm getting there, is, and the Mill Road traders touched on it, it is a very interesting point that only 5% of the respondees describe themselves as Asian. Well, I know there's a fairly sizable Asian population in the further end of Mill Road, so it's how we get out to, we want as many people to take part in the consultation as possible, so we get the, you know, the full breadth of the community, and that's important. So we need to think how we can reach out to those who, for whatever reason, don't fill in an online or a paper survey. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm pleased to see this coming back. I too, when we saw this last July, was concerned that it was somewhat rushed and ill thought out, and supported the fact that a review needed to be done. Also supported the fact that the GCP were the right people to do that. And you know, I mean, I know the jury's out on whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, but I think on this one they have done a good job in bringing this back to us with a set of recommendations today. I consider that the main things that we need to really think about is obviously, you know, improving the realm in Mill Road, but recommendations 5 and 6 are the most important, i.e. not to the detriment of other streets in and around. So you know, I don't live in Cambridge, so that actually it doesn't directly affect me either way, but I can see the exact problem that, you know, you solve a problem in one place and it pops up somewhere else. So I think the fact that the network hierarchy and the reviews of what's going on elsewhere are hugely important. And I do concede what other colleagues have said, that until we get
issues sorted out around encouraging people out of the vehicles by making it possible for you to use public transport and whatever more easily. Certainly when I was younger, I used to go into the city a lot, and it might be just because I'm older now and I view it differently, but I seem to recall that in the 60s and 70s, buses were going up through the middle of town every couple of minutes. It wasn't, as it is now, you're in the middle of town, you occasionally see a bus. That there were regular things going on in all directions. So I think Cambridge had that once, and it's obviously lost it. And I think as people have disappeared into the cars, but I think that needs to be brought back. But overall, I think this is headed in the right direction now, and I'm more minded to support where it's going. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor G. Just to address a few points myself, if people don't mind. Buses, I think they've actually been moved out of towns as they weren't going through the most popular area. They go to the bus station now. So they are still there, but not quite through the centre. On the consultation side of things, I also agree that I think the GCP did do a good job on this. Consultation is incredibly difficult. And I think we all find this, the whole getting your message out and getting people to actually talk and listen is one hell of a challenge in today's age. We no longer read local newspapers. We don't consume local media. Most of our stuff is now done by Facebook and WhatsApp groups. So actually being able to communicate with people is really difficult. So I was very happy to see the GCP put on those workshops as well. And while they didn't suit everybody, at least they tried and were able to try and involve as many people as possible. And I think that is really vital when we come to all of these things. On to Councillor Sharp's point, I think the network hierarchy review is how we do this holistically. I think that's the whole point of this. We do have to be very careful of moving things around the board and moving traffic around. And I think the network hierarchy is the thing that pulls all of this together and actually stops us from just moving traffic around the board and actually allows us to think strategically about how we want this to work. What we've done with Mill Road is rather a crude solution to stop traffic. And I think it's the solution that we have at the moment. It's the solution the government gave us with the active travel funding. But I'm really hoping going forwards, once we get the network hierarchy review, we can actually do something a bit smarter. Because as we look at the results of the consultation, I think what most people want to stop is through traffic, it's not access. So I really hope we can get to a point at some point where we can prevent that through traffic, but still allow access to allow those businesses to thrive, allow people to get to their houses without having to go the long way around. So I think that's where we really want to go to, and hopefully we will be able to get there in the future. But for now, I think we're moving forwards as we are, and I look forward to seeing the GCP's work. Councillor Shayler, sorry, you're indicating you want to speak as well. I've spoken too much.
I should say something. I will keep it brief. I have to declare that, again, this is in my own division, and but I think this committee's heard more than enough from me about Mill Road. I just wanted to make a few comments. One of them is to thank Councillor Bird for the GCP review. I was one of the ones who thought that was a waste of time. We knew what people of Mill Road wanted, but actually it's come out as a wonderful survey. So thank you for that. A point that Councillor Sharp brought up, just to let people know that we are thinking about those side roads all the way to the central station. That is on the radar, and hopefully that will come out. There are problems on that side of town. Thank you for supporting our Mill Road community. And I also want to mention that the kind of changes that we are seeking are broadly in line with the kind of changes that we're making in other parts of the county, in St. Neots, March, St. Ives, for instance, and to support the traders and the communities there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shayler. But Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm really pleased how the consultation went. A few things could have been slightly different, but at least we've got the consultation we really wanted. So people had a voice, and that was the main thing. Just going back to today, I've noticed that on the agenda item, there's no equality assessment paper, and I just wondered why.
Well, sorry, Chair. Yeah, an equality impact assessment was undertaken when the modal filter first went in, and indeed, if the board were to approve to go to a TRO consultation, that equalities impact assessment would be revisited, refreshed, and updated. So any future change proposed change through the TRO process would be accompanied by an updated equality impact assessment.
Thank you, David. I've then got Councillor Sharp wanted to come back in quickly.
Just very quickly, can I support the comment you made about one of the aims is to stop the through traffic. Obviously, residents need access from that, and it needs to be safe for all residents. And similarly, the businesses need the throughput so they can thrive and survive as well. But maybe one of the things is how we do it. I haven't got the magic answer at the moment, but I think that's one of the things we need to try and achieve.
I think answers are being formulated on that one, and hopefully it will be going forward. The GCP is doing a lot of work on this area and modelling all of this and making it. Do I have any more comments, or can we take this to a vote? Thank you very much. Okay, can I take this by affirmation that we're passing it, or do we have any dissent? Okay, brilliant. Well, I think we passed this by affirmation then. That's absolutely brilliant. Can I suggest, we have gone slightly over our 2 hours, but thank you everyone for doing it. Can I suggest we take a break for lunch? And we're ahead of schedule, so I'm going to suggest we come back at 1:15. Is that okay for everyone? Gives everyone a chance to get some lunch? Or sorry, Councillor Maguire.
Yeah, that's okay with me, Chairman, but I did already advise you I'd have to leave.
Would everyone be okay with 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Then let's be back here at 1 o'clock. Everyone have some lunch. Thank you. Okay, are we live again? Okay, thank you. Welcome back, members. Welcome back, public. Thank you for joining us for part 2 of this. I hope you all had a good lunch and are now suitably refreshed and ready to go again. Let's start with item 12 on the agenda, which is the CPCA Local Transport and Connectivity Plan. I think it's Matthew Bowles to, thank you, Matthew, over there. Matthew Bowles to introduce the report. Go ahead, Matthew, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So the report you have in front of you details the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Draft Local Transport and Connectivity Plan, which is currently out for consultation. The Local Transport and Connectivity Plan, or LTCP, as it's been shortened, is the overarching strategic transport plan for the mayoral area, and looks to address the key transport and wider priorities that the CPCA have. It contains vision, goals and objectives, and numerous policies that are devised to help or achieve all of these things, as well as containing the major scheme proposals, which are both being promoted locally. So, for example, by the CPCA or the GCP or ourselves or a district, as well as national bodies such as National Highways and Network Rail. So it takes a strategic look at all of that. The CPCA are required by government to produce a local transport plan. It's a statutory document, and this one would replace the previous local transport plan, which was adopted in 2020. Clearly, a lot's happened since then, hence the requirement for a new one. The report that's in front of you also contains the key highlights from what would be this Cambridgeshire County Council Officer Technical Response to this consultation to the plan. And this response comprises comments from across various County Council departments, much of which is quite technical in detail, but also maintain some more strategic points. The response itself has been worked up alongside partner authorities. Much of the content is closely aligned with our district partners, and also includes input from the Greater Cambridge Partnership as well. A few key elements to bring to your attention. In general, the sort of direction of the local transport and connectivity plan, I think is generally supportive. The vision, the aims, the objectives, and the policy areas that are sort of bringing environment, active travel, public health, etc., more front and centre, I think is something that is keenly supported. The plan has a strong evidence base to support it. And we're pleased to see the alignment with the local strategies and the requirements and infrastructure required for local plans, etc., as well as the continued promotion of the GCP programme of works. From a Cambridgeshire perspective, it's also good that it's got a clear hook to the so-called child documents that will be produced. These are the sort of documents that sit underneath the umbrella of the local transport plan. So your more focused area strategies or modal strategies, for example, active travel strategies. And I know item 15 today deals with a lot of these. And it's good to see that CPCA have endorsed this, the County Council to produce a lot of these. However, clearly there are areas that we feel that the plan could go further on. For example, on achieving carbon climate goals, in particular how and when these can be achieved is a key one. It potentially could be that the plan could go further in stating how this could be achieved and when, and aligning this more closely perhaps with our own targets. We feel that the plan could embed key active travel principles throughout the document more diligently, and ensure that some of the proposals are not necessarily ones that will hinder such things going forward. We feel that there could be more firmer commitments to biodiversity and the natural environment, and again on the how and when these could be delivered, rather than just stating, which is good, key overall targets, but perhaps going into more detail about how and when these could be delivered. The view is that the equality and diversity element of the plan could be stronger as well, and embedded more throughout the document. likewise with public health targets as well. And finally, that key Cambridgeshire County Council functions, such as the role as our role as highway authority, such as maintaining highways, protecting, expanding public rights of way, etc., could be more stringently focused in certain points, and that's more of a technical point, but we've got a few bits that we like on that. So to conclude, members are asked to consider the draft local transport and connectivity plan, and particularly the key areas of interest arising as detailed in section 2 of your report, and to delegate to the Executive Director for Place and Economy, in consultation with Chair and Vice Chair, the agreement of the Council's response by the deadline of August 4th. And I'll say that's sort of still in progress, because we've still got a couple of bits that we need to clarify. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Matthew. So let's move to questions. I believe we have CamCycle again. I believe it's Roxanne stepping up to the plate. Roxanne, as I'm sure you're aware, you have 3 minutes. Off you go.
It's a busy day for all of us today. Thank you for having us again. I'm Roxanne DeBow. I'm the Executive Director for CamCycle. We urge the Highways Committee to push the combined authority to do a better job on this local transport and connectivity plan. This draft plan is disappointing, and it falls well behind the leading work that we're seeing from other local authorities. This plan is not the rewrite that was promised last summer, but a slightly modified rehash of what went before. This plan is still written from a vehicular perspective, and it shows a fundamental structural problem. CamCycle understands that any future local transport plans will be required to include an integrated cycling and walking strategy, an integrated bus strategy, emissions reduction targets, and timeline. This has not been adequately done in the LTCP, which is putting future funding at risk. And I'll just interject to our submitted text there to say that just last week, I was at the Cycle City Active City conference with transport professionals from all over our country. And there was a lot of talk about the importance of our local transport plans and these particular integrations in future funding success. So we're hearing it from the industry. Our questions are, what will the County Council do to ensure that best practice approaches are applied to our transport plans and are compatible with future DFT guidance? Will the county include more specific targets in each region, such as doubling cycling, measured in total number of cycling trips, which is one of the objectives of the second cycling and walking investment strategy? And if I might add one final question, could the county or the Highways Committee perhaps put some pressure on the combined authority about their walking and cycling commissioner or active travel advocate, because perhaps having such a person or such a group in place may have a more positive impact on the local transport and connectivity plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. David or Matthew, do either you want to pick that up, or should we? Oh, over to you, David.
Thank you. County Council is working with the combined authority to ensure that the LTCP is as robust as possible. It's likely that the new LTP guidance, when it's published, will include new requirements of transport authorities, and the combined authority will need to consider these as it moves towards the adoption of the new plan. We'll seek to support the combined authority in this and in addressing new and best practice approaches consistent with that guidance when it's published. We share the desire to achieve challenging emissions targets, and we'd wish to see alignment between the Council's own target to achieve net zero by 2045 from the LTCP. We'll be seeking to set specific targets in its own strategies.
Thank you very much. And just to add from that as well, I think as an administration, we've seen Cambridge lead cycling for years, and it's been built on by progressive administrations. But I think we would like to see ourselves to be the most active travel friendly administration we've seen to date. There is a lot of work going on internally about how we deal with active travel within highways and how we make ourselves a centre of excellence around the world. So just do be rest assured that this is a priority for us as an administration. It is something that we are working hard on to make sure that it is a priority. But thank you. Members, do I have any questions, comments, or other things on this? Councillor Dupre.
Thank you. Three things very quickly. Firstly, as chair of the working group of this council on heavy goods vehicles, I just wanted to note that the combined authority and the county council have been aligning ourselves in terms of how HGV policies are aligned within the LTCP and within our own documents to make sure that all of the bases are covered and that nothing is either duplicated or omitted. And one of the issues in particular that I'm pleased to see is reference to overnight facilities for HGV drivers, which is a real issue and one on which we have received evidence from local hauliers, and quite rightly so. This seems to be everybody's problem and nobody's problem, and I'm not quite sure how quickly we can deliver it, but it's good to see that recognised as an issue, and HGVs more generally really much better embedded, I think, into this version than into the predecessor document. The second point I wanted to make quickly was about maintenance, and I was really pleased to see the reference in there to the importance of maintaining roads. This is an issue that was raised totally unbidden by me and totally not arising from this document just yesterday evening from one of my smallest rural parish councils, who made exactly that point, that it is not very easy, but comparatively easy to build a road. It's then the maintenance has to look after itself, and that's not a situation we should be proud of or content with. So I'm very pleased to see in here a clear statement about the importance of maintaining roads. And if we can't afford to maintain more roads, we shouldn't be building more roads. The third issue is I'm grateful to for Matt's comments about net zero. I think we really need to push back very, very strongly with the combined authority. We have a target of 2045 across Cambridgeshire for net zero. 40% of the emissions in Cambridgeshire are transport related. So tackling transport emissions is absolutely central to our commitment to 2045 net zero. 2050 net zero for transport related matters just will not do. And I think we need to be very, very challenging about that with the combined authority.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dupre. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Just two things. First of all, a key aspect, well, in the headline is connectivity. So a key outcome from this, which is relevant to us, but relevant to our residents, but also for the combined authority, is connectivity. And related to that point, then we've talked in this committee before about how an effective transport plan and connectivity can help with rural isolation that we do see across the county. So I hope we're going to see some consideration of that in the outcome from this study as well. Thank you.
Very good point there. Councillor Brian.
Brian here. Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few things to say, and this was discussed at South Cambs yesterday in the same way that we're all responding to this document. And so I'm pleased to hear a general level of support for this and see that this local transport and connectivity plan is an improvement on the previous combined authorities attempts at their local transport plan. And we've often criticised various aspects of the planning and being disparate and disconnected between local plans, GCP plans, county council plans as separate islands. And the Venn diagram of those things is now heading in the right direction. There is increasing alignment, which is significant, but there are still some issues. So, for example, I noticed on here there was no reference to grid capacity and the electric supply situation that we know in Cambridge itself is very stressed. In fact, is at capacity. So attempts to bring in bus services that are using electric buses could be confounded by the lack of grid supply. And we just had a meeting with UKPN, who looked at the possibility of increasing their capacity on the grid and extending it from 2025, which was their original target, to 2030 or 31. Now, that's going to give us a problem as we move to more electric vehicle charging generally, and particularly those things that the Combined Authority have oversight. So if we're able, I'd actually like us to reference that issue in this report as well, if it's not too late. And I think the other thing that we've mentioned is that there's very little reference to the Climate Commission and its documentation. And I think we possibly could beef up the response to say that we would like, even more than is currently in there, that we would like to include. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, some very good points there, and I'm hoping, Matthew, we might be able to include some of those. Do I have Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Matthew mentioned that there would be a draft. It'd be useful from my point of view to have a copy of that draft response when it comes out. I'm not disagreeing with the recommendations. I'll support them as they stand. But just a couple of comments. Yes, agreeing with CamCycle, I've got some concerns around the local transport report. So certainly awaiting for that consultation to come back. And in another place, Councillor Dupre and myself sitting on overview and scrutiny will obviously have a chance to look at some stage at the results of the consultation. And certainly I'm looking forward to seeing what responses we get back from around the county, sorry. Yes, I understand totally what Councillor Dupre is saying about the HGVs, because we certainly in my patch, we get that situation. I won't go into graphic details that we do need some places for lorry drivers to stop. There are different issues with transport around rural and city locations, and Councillor McDonald's took the words out of my mouth in terms of rural isolation. It certainly is an issue in some of the smaller villages where there's no public transport and they may not have a friendly network to even get out. So it is an issue that we need to be looking at. But equally, we've got the city issues, which are possibly different. It's not a one size fits all, but hopefully they can all link, all the solutions can link together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members?
Yeah, I thought that the report, while going in the right direction, was a bit lackluster. It is, I've been there at the Combined Authority as this came through, and I think we are working together better than we were. But sometimes it still does feel like these are separate entities when the Combined Authority should have the strategic overview. And as Councillor Dupre mentioned, there's problems with overview of maintenance, but also education, transport, which touches on rural isolation. And if we had a little bit more joined up thinking and with regards to strategic view of where we are going, I think it would be better. But it's basically going in the right direction, and quite a few of us have some levers on the CPCA. So I think we should just keep up the work. Thank you.
I think it's now working. Thank you, Councillor Shayler. Any other members? Or Matthew, are you wanting to come back?
Just that I probably should have mentioned as well that in terms of road safety and with the sort of Vision Zero, with complete reduction in KSI and fatalities as well, we'll be pushing hard back on that as well, making sure that that's included, because that's probably something that's not quite reflected as strongly as it could be.
Great. David, do you want to add to
Yeah,
that?
I think the point is that we welcome that road safety forms a fundamental pillar of the consultation that we received. However, we're pushing back firmly to really define that into and push it towards a deliverable set of interventions so that we can drive forward that important aspect.
Thank you very much. So I think what I'm hearing, oh, sorry, Councillor King.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The mention about KSIs prompted me to remember that we were doing some work on how to reduce the KSIs. And I wondered if it would be possible to incorporate some of those findings if it's been completed into this work.
Thank you very much. Any other further comments? No. Okay, so I think what I'm hearing here is that it's a good draft of our response to it, but I think around the board it looks like we wish we could go further. And I think members have made some really quite good comments, from HGVs to electric infrastructure, from road safety, and I think cycling as well. It's important. I do take on board Roxanne and CAMCycle's recommendation about having targets in different regions, and that might be something that we look at doing. So I think, just to say, I think this is a really good first start. I do support this draft, but it would be good if we took on board some of those points going forwards. It's important that we get this right. It's important that we set ourselves the way we want to go going forwards as we move to decarbonisation and carbon neutral. Councillor du Preez's point of making sure that they are in alignment with us and pushing back on their target, I think is very important, because I think that informs a lot of our work. But going forwards, I think, can we come to a decision here? So what we're being asked to do is consider the local transport and connectivity plan and the key areas of interest arising identified by officers and detailed in section 2 of the report, and delegate to the Executive Director of Place and Economy in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair the agreement of the Council's response. So can I take it that with those comments that we've added, we can all agree to that? Any dissent from there? Any further dissent? Oh, brilliant. Okay, take that by affirmation. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody on that one. So now we come on to item 13, which is the road safety scheme for 2022-2023. I believe David Allett is going to introduce this report, but before we begin, I think members should be aware that Puddock Road and indeed Wheatsheaf Crossing are still subjects of open inquest. So if we can try and focus our comments on the technical proposals, mindful of the need to move forward with interventions in those areas, but please be mindful of the fact that they are open inquiries. But David, do you want to introduce?
Thank you, Chair. So this paper proposes the investment for 2022-23 from the road safety budget. This budget is drawn from the integrated transport block funding. The allocation, as with previous years, is just shy of 600,000. We seek an approval to approve the capital programme as set out in Appendix A, but also to note the schemes that are being delivered by the GCP as set out in Appendix B. As with previous years, the way that this road safety funding is allocated is based on the accident cluster site, i.e. focusing investment where the costs in terms of KSIs have been most significant, focusing on those areas first. Upon a review of the of that list, it's hopefully encouraging to see that through a number of wider programs, we've got the GCP out there working up solutions there. The report includes an update on the previous schemes, both in terms of Wheatsheaf and Puddock Road. Now, on Puddock Road, last year when I updated you on the road safety programme, we were exploring the opportunity to deal with the challenges there through traffic regulation order type interventions. Now, over the last year, we've explored the potential to introduce those types of interventions and concluded that it just would not be deliverable to deal with that. So the majority of the funding from this year's road safety programme, given the history of that area, is to explore and implement physical infrastructure interventions on that route. In addition, I think, I'm particularly minded of Vision Zero and the systems approach to road safety. We really want to better equip the authority in making more proactive road safety funding. And indeed, a part of that is how we tie into the LTP, so that at a fundamental level, road safety is a primary consideration across all aspects of the network. But also, as part of the budget, we're proposing 100,000 to support essentially a series of route-based studies using what's called the IRAP methodology. I'm joined by Matt Staton, who can comment on that, provide technical summary of what that is. And in addition to that, we are seeking 94,000 towards minor improvements on the network that allows us to respond to any emerging opportunities to improve road safety. So as I said, the recommendation is to approve that programme to be taken forward in 2022-2023.
Thank you, David. Did you want to go over to Matt, or does Matt have
Oh yeah, it would be helpful, particularly on the IRAP, if Matt could expand.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you very much, David, and thank you, Chair. The IRAP methodology is about looking at the route treatments for routes and addressing, as David said, proactively the inherent safety of the environment. And I think that the funding set aside there is to look at the highest traffic routes initially in the county, focusing on the A road network, and using that to develop an investment plan, as well as the route assessment itself, that we can therefore take forward for funding opportunities as an authority.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yes, I very much support that kind of strategic evidence-based approach of building things up. Members, do we have any comments, questions? Councillor Milnes, thank you very much. Over to you.
Brian here. Thank you. Just a quick question. I'm mindful that accidents created by potholes on our surfaces are at a pretty high level and uncomfortably high, but the damage is disproportionate when it's cycles. And we have the same threshold for our road surface, and clearly it's much more impactful if you're riding a bike and hit a pothole that may be below the active threshold for intervention. So have we got anything that would answer that aspect of road safety?
I think I can answer that one, that with John Munslow, who isn't here today, we are looking at the highways operational standards and reviewing how we treat active travel desire lines. That is a key thing that we are working on.
And when we've got particularly areas on the National Cycle Network that don't get to that level, it's clearly incompatible. Thank you.
We are aware that right now we treat potholes in a very car-centric way, and there is a large amount of work going on right now to think about how they affect active travel routes and all of that stuff. Very much aware. Anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments, and it slightly touches upon what Councillor Milnes was saying, or Brian. At the moment, we've got a budget of 594k, and that might have been in a historic situation. That to me seems low, but I know road safety doesn't impinge upon these schemes. It impinges on what you're saying about potholes, repairs, redoing white lines, and these sort of things. So they come out of different pots. But that was purely the comment. And the other one, which is the schemes that are down in page 244. I'm thinking of the where the A1303 junction, the Swaffham Heath Road, it just junction to be staggered 22-23. They're still in the plan then, presumably. They're listed on that, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
They were on last year's budget, and they're moving forward, managed through a project board. In terms of the Swaffham Heath, they're in landowner negotiations at this time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sharp and David. Any other? Oh, sorry, Councillor Dupre. Sorry, missing my list.
Thank you. Just wanted to say something very briefly about 2.8 and IRAP. If I recall correctly, IRAP is the methodology that was used some years ago to evaluate the need for road safety improvements between Ely and Chatteris. I think that was about 2018, something like that. So a good 4 years ago. And the methodology identified something of the order of £5 million worth of improvements needed to the road between Ely and Chatteris. We have seen a very small amount of that, I think, spent, but certainly nothing like the 5 million. And here we are now proposing to use the same methodology, which is great, but the methodology is fine. And I think it's quite an interesting methodology, if I'm thinking of the correct one. But we need to get out of the cycle of just using a methodology to produce a set of reports on all the things that need to be done, doing a bit of them, and then going back and we'll do the same stretch of road or a bigger stretch of road or a smaller stretch of the same road, and another methodology to work out another list of all the things that we need to do and not doing them. So, I don't know. I'm sensing that I'm just sort of venting a frustration here, probably a frustration that we all feel, but I just want to put a marker down that while methodologies are interesting and great and all the rest of it, there is a ton of undone work using IRAP methodology that we just need to get done as well.
I think there is a ton of undone work across highways in general, but David, did you want to come back in on that one?
Yeah, I think an important theme looking ahead, bearing in mind the size of this particular road safety budget drawn from the ITB, it's only a part of the picture, but we're at the point where we have to carry over monies to deliver capital infrastructure of significant scale. Road safety funding doesn't and shouldn't stop here, and this relates to the point that Mark made earlier on the LTCP. And so I think, firstly, yes, we have to identify the areas and the interventions that we can do, but we certainly need to complement this funding by drawing it in from much wider sources. And I think it will become easier and easier to do that, given the work streams that are taking place now in terms of looking at things like network hierarchy, putting vulnerable users first, and actually working more closely with the CPCA, who were setting the overarching strategy. I don't know if Matt wants to add anything on the historic work that's taken place.
Yeah, thanks, David. And I think Councillor Dupre is correct in saying in 2017-18 we did review the A142 between Ely and Chatteris and have made some improvements there, but not the full suite that was initially developed. And I think that does purely come down to the specific funding challenges and the prioritisation of some of that funding elsewhere, with schemes that you've already discussed. I think the reasoning and idea behind doing the whole A road network or the highest trafficked routes across the county provides us with an investment plan that can then be properly prioritised across that network, rather than piecemeal, where we've identified one route and then looked at that route in isolation. So that is the idea behind taking this opportunity to look at a network-wide prioritisation, so that we can actually make those decisions and put forward schemes with that backing, as opposed to a piecemeal approach.
Thank you, Matt. And yes, I think that's something we're having to look at across the board, is how to stop doing things on a piecemeal basis and creating ourselves a large list that, even while we might not be able to do the entire large list, at least it gives us the ability to be able to prioritize and make sure that the most important schemes get done first where we have the budget available, and also gives us the option to seek further funding and investigate all of those funding streams. Councillor King, did I have you down as wanting to come in?
You did, but my question's been answered. Thank you.
Perfect. That's brilliant. Anybody else? No. Okay, brilliant. So just to conclude here, what we are being asked to do is approve the capital programme for safety schemes for 2022-23, outlined in Appendix A, and to note the schemes being delivered by GCP as set out in Appendix B. Can I take it by affirmation that we? Okay, thank you very much. Brilliant. Let's move on then. So item 14 is the traffic management update. And I'd like to invite Sonia Hansen, our traffic manager, to introduce support. And while she does that, I'm going to very quickly fill up my water bottle because my throat's dry. So go ahead, Sonia.
Thank you, Chair. This paper gives an update on 3 traffic management items. Civil parking enforcement, where work continues in preparing applications for civil parking powers for Fenland, South Cambridgeshire and Huntingdonshire. Report explains a little bit about the steps required to get to an application stage in 2.6 and 2.7. It outlines we need to go through the process of ensuring all the signs and lines are correct. To note, there are resource challenges across the sector, which is likely to lead to some delays in the processes required to prepare for the applications, and in particular the getting all the signs and lines correct. We're doing what we can, working with our contractor Milestone to explore the quickest path to implementation for the changes to the signs and lines to enable us to get these applications to Department for Transport. Oh, sorry. Okay, can you hear better now? Thanks. Do you want me to start again, or yeah, okay. However, I think it's important we need to flag up the delays to the programme. It's also important to note that the long-term financial arrangements are still under discussion with the districts, and nothing's been decided yet. On the 20-mile-an-hour schemes, the report updates the progress that's been made with the members' working group and seeks approval from this committee to the principle of broadening the criteria for 20-mile-an-hour schemes to enable more 20-mile-an-hour schemes to come forward. Lastly, a brief update on the heavy goods vehicle working group to say that we're nearly there with the draft policy and hope to come back to this committee with the new policy later this year.
Thank you, Sonia. So the committee is being asked to note the contents of this update report and agree to the principles of broadening the prioritisation criteria of the 20 miles an hour, as in 2.15. Do I have any member comments or questions, though? Councillor King.
Yes, I have quite a list here, Chair, so you'll have to bear with me. I continue to be puzzled by the inequality of the funding of South Cambs, CPE and Fenland. Fenland is the poorest district in the county, and South Cambs is arguably the richest, and yet they're being subsidised by the GCP, and Fenland isn't being subsidised by anybody. Can somebody provide a cogent answer as to why that is?
I think I can provide an answer, but I'll hand over to David first.
Yeah, I think Fenland have funding from the combined authority. SCDC do have funding from the GCP, given that that's the geography of the GCP's mandate, Greater Cambridge. As Sonia said in the presentation, though, in terms of the financial arrangements, these are very much still under discussion with the districts.
Just to follow on, Chair. So, can you assure me that funding, the districts will be funded equally, whether it's by the GCP or the combined authority or by the county, and that Fenland will not be discriminated against?
I don't think I could provide any assurances about what the future funding solution looks like until these discussions have played out. We're still looking at what the design and implementation of CPE would cost. So I think it'd be inappropriate to give such assurances at this stage.
Yeah, I have to confess, through me, this is obviously an open negotiation, and each different area is having to find their own funding source. Now, South Cambs obviously is part of the GCP area, so is able to seek GCP funding, and Fenland is managing to get CPCA funding, which is a completely different pot coming from the combined authority, where the GCP money is coming from central government. So in some ways, you could say that actually Fenland's being advantaged by having county money for them. But I don't think we'd be able to give assurances that it would be equal across the board. It's obviously up to each district to find their funding sources as appropriate to them.
Thank you, Chair, for your frankness on that. Is it the case that the county is putting any money into the ongoing funding of CPE in South Cambs?
Do you want to come in, Dave?
The arrangements for long-term funding, it's something that's very much still under discussion. There's presently no budget in the county.
So can I just ask, and I'll conclude this, or my questions on this area. So how is this going to play out? You said subject to negotiation, somebody's going to have to sign off the agreement at some point. How is that actually going to work in practice?
So I think the paper sets out how it works in South Cambs, that they have funding for the first 5 years. What happens after that is obviously still subject to negotiation, the same way that it would be for Fenland and for any other areas. I believe the CA funding is only for the original part of it, so we'll have to do that. Let me bring in, though, I think Councillor Mills, as I think you're closer to the South Cambs part of this as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I can, GCP have offered initial funding and for up to five years, at which time we would hope to have a stabilized situation where the running costs of the CPE would be covered by the fines issued. Because we're hoping that a relatively low intervention level is all that's required. So the initial cost of restoring signs and lines so that we can do proper enforcement, and an initial higher level of activity than that we expect in the long term. So actually there may well not be an ongoing cost to the county to continue those CPEs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Mills. That's reassuring, and certainly my my impression was that we all aspired for CPE to be cost neutral in the fullness of time, and I'm glad to hear that that's also the aspiration of South Cambs.
Yes, I think we all expect it to be cost neutral in the fullness of time, so that's good. Right, I've got Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's been largely answered. As Simon will be aware, that South Cambs has particular pressures because it borders the city, and that's why it's got a particular problem with civil parking enforcement. So that was taken into account at the GCP. And secondly, despite that situation, South Cambs has no car parks to recover any money at all. So again, that was a factor in the consideration of GCP. But my understanding is long term, it will be cost neutral.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Shaler.
I just want to reiterate the fact that the GCP is something that has a limited time span, and the city deal was something that was set up specifically to deal with the extraordinary growth. And I think we should note the census data shows that in the last decade, Cambridge city population has grown by 17%, and the census was taken in the middle of the pandemic, and so it's likely to be an underestimate. I wouldn't mind betting it was more like 25% actually, but that's what the GCP was set up to deal with, that extraordinary growth in a particular region, and so I don't think it's really comparable in some ways.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. I've got Councillor Mills. Brian, did you want to come in again? Or was that just your answering to, okay, fine. Anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. We're just looking at CPE at the moment, are we? Because I want to talk on 20 mile an hour.
You can talk on anything you like with this paper.
On the CPE, I don't want to go over what's been said before, but as I understand it, the CPCA funding is coming from the major towns' budgets. That's what Fenland and Huntingdonshire have done. So I'm believe, and I'm stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, that it's more for the capital setup of the schemes rather than the running costs. So again, as I understand it, Huntingdonshire and Fenland have still got the risk of the running, you know, the number of fines exceeding, the number of fines, the costs exceeding the number of fines levied, and therefore they've got an on cost, and that's where I feel it's an unfair, unlevel playing field, because certainly as an East Cambs district councillor, that was one, we don't charge in for car parks. We've got a number of car parks in Ely, and that's where we were concerned that if we were running at a deficit, we would then have to, we couldn't take that out of general council tax. That had to come out of car parking specific items, which basically meant we would have to charge for car parking. So that was one of the reasons we didn't go that. So I'm a bit irked, for want of a better word, it seems to be an unlevel playing field. That's would be my comment on CPE.
Do you want me to come back on that? From my understanding of it, it is that South Cambs have the funding for 5 years, and after that, from the GCP, and after that, they carry the same risk. Councillor, I don't know whether you want to confirm that, but that's my understanding of the situation.
Yes, so we have, as Peter MacDonald, Councillor MacDonald just mentioned, we don't have any parking facilities in South Cambs, whereas Hunts is a singularly different situation. So they have revenue from off and on-street parking, which I think Hunts actually are subcontractors to the county for that. And I think there's some sort of revenue share from that income. So I think it's a very different situation in the two places, from South Cambs, which was largely rural, largely village based, and therefore different to the way that Hunts operate their system.
Yes, it is very different. And in order for South Cambs to be revenue neutral, the fines will need to cover the cost of operation going forwards. And so that's where they will seek to get to. And in the same way that they will have the same risk as other areas if that doesn't happen. Did you want to come on to 20 miles an hour?
Apologies. Yes, I support the 20 mile an hour zone, and I think the working group from what I've heard has operated well. I totally agree with 2.14 about taking away the 24 mile an hour criteria, because that, I know we've discussed this previously, that seems crazy to have that restriction in there, but I'm sure transport officers may tell me differently, but certainly I don't think that should be in there. Just from my point of view, it'd be useful if, and not necessarily for now, if I noticed on 2.11, the 14 advanced schemes have been identified. It would be useful just to have a list of those, just to see what's been put forward. Have they, and as it says, they've come forward from the LHI process, that basically they've been taken out of the LHI process and put in this different tranche. Yeah, but it'd be useful just for clarity to have those. Yeah,
that's right. So they were LHI schemes that were agreed at the last committee meeting, and then they were lifted from them and put into the 20 mile an hour fund until we could get the prioritisation criteria agreed. Thank you. Does that answer questions? Okay.
So back to that, I'm going to support the recommend on the 20 mile an hour. Yeah.
I also very much agree about the 24 miles an hour thing, but I think pretty much all of us as members do. Sorry, I had Councillor King, and then
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I also support these 20 mile per hour schemes. I did say originally that it's really important that they're bottom up, so that they should come from the communities rather than be imposed from us. And I'm a little bit concerned that we haven't started off particularly well, because, to use your words, Chair, they were lifted from the previous LHIs. So does that mean that as they have been removed, they've got another source of funding, and that more of the LHI schemes that didn't make the cut will actually be funded?
That might be the case. Yes, we'd have to look at where the lines are drawn within budget.
Okay, I mean, I understand the Joint Administration's anxiety to get going on this, but I think it would have been helpful for at least something to have been circulated to members of this committee, saying that this was the intention, that the schemes would be lifted from the LHI. I don't recall that being discussed at all.
Pretty sure that was in all our papers at the last meeting, and that was contained within there.
In that case, I apologize, Chair, I must have missed that. But in future, the way the 20 mile per hour schemes will be selected will be more transparent, will it? So that there'll be a separate source of funding, and parishes or community groups can apply for that, and they'll be scored in the usual way.
Yes, so the way that will go forwards is that there's a working group working on the scoring matrix and criteria going forwards. Parish councils or other areas will be able to apply for that. They will then be ranked according to that scoring criteria, and we will simply work our way down the list until every single one is done. as money becomes available each year.
So how were these ones identified if you don't have criteria yet?
These ones came from the LHI process.
So all of the 20 mile per hour requests from the LHI process are going forward for the 20 mile per hour, are they?
So they were taken. I'm going to look to David to confirm this. The ones above the line, I think it was set out in the last papers that the ones above the line were to be taken, lifted out of there and put into the 20 mile an hour scheme for the first year, because we had funding available for that, while we had the member working group in place to finalise the scoring criteria in the process going forwards. So it was essentially that we had time where we didn't have a process and we had budget. So we took those schemes out of the LHI process to be able to actually get started and start the work early, as it were, and get schemes going, rather than delaying until we had the full scoring criteria and the full 20 mile an hour process agreed.
I'm sorry that I either forgot that from the last meeting or I overlooked it. Would it be possible, once the prioritization criteria are agreed by the member working group, for them to be circulated by email to the committee?
Definitely, definitely that will be reporting back, and I'd probably expect it to actually come back to this committee with the final scoring criteria for us all to comment on as well.
It doesn't actually say that in the last paragraph.
I'll have to take that away, but it is definitely intended that they would come back to this place. And I do appreciate that we have very long papers and it's very easy at times to overlook exactly what it says.
I did read that carefully, and I honestly don't think that it's in this section. But could I just ask, for the sake of clarity, Daniel, if that could be clearly minuted, that it will come back? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Very happy for that to come back. I had Councillor Sanderson and then Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to CPE, I'd be interested just to know a bit more about the progress of the agency financial agreements that are being drafted. Not necessarily at this meeting, but I think it'd be handy if members, and myself as a substitute, could just get some feedback from Sonia and her team about how things are progressing. We've obviously had a change of administration at Huntingdonshire since May, which may make things a little bit more intricate. Just regards the CP being cost neutral, it'd be wonderful if that could be the case. My understanding is, though, it's a very expensive thing to do, purely because the Department of Transport are not very keen on local authorities retaining the revenue they get from the fines. But as Hunts is going through this process as well, I would certainly like to hear from my colleagues at South Cambs about how they plan to do that. It'd be very useful information sharing, I think. Thank you.
I'm sure we can take that away. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I'm stating the obvious. My understanding is that both the LHI working group and the 20 mile an hour working group will come back to this committee to sort of give us the update. So that hopefully answers Councillor King's point. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. We want full transparency in all of this. And when we have working groups, I think it's important that any recommendations they have do come back wherever possible to this place for us to be able to discuss and fully consider them. Do I have any more comments or debate on this, or can we move to conclude? Okay, so just to sum up, the committee is asked to note the content of the updated report and agrees with the principle of broadening the prioritization criteria as set out in 2.15. Can I take that by affirmation? Yes, no dissent. Brilliant. Okay, so item 15 we are on to. So this is a transport strategy update, and I believe we have Jeremy Smith. Good to see you, Jeremy. Transport strategy and funding group manager, and you will introduce it for us. So over to you, Jeremy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This paper covers the programme for local transport strategy development in Cambridgeshire and several related issues. And I'd also note that actually in part of the discussion, it does relate back to several of the previous items on this meeting's agenda, including the discussion on Mill Road and its link with the GCP's Making Connections work, and on the Combined Authorities Local Transport and Connectivity Plan. Without going through the paper in exhaustive detail, recommendation B seeks a delegation of agreement to undertake public and stakeholder consultation on 3 draft strategies those being the Fenland and Huntingdonshire strategies and the active travel strategy, and action plans that are being developed for all three. There have been issues, I say issues, there have been delays in the case of the Huntingdon strategy, because with the change in administration at Huntingdonshire District Council, convening a member steering group to agree the relevant strategy documentation in time to report it to this committee was not actually possible. So we are asking for delegation to chair and vice chair, informed by member steering group deliberation in the fullness of time, to approve the consultation of that strategy. Recommendation C asks members to note the proposed timescales for the update of transport strategies covering Greater Cambridge and East Cambridgeshire. The transport strategy for Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire was originally adopted in 2014, and the Greater Cambridge Partnerships programme was actually drawn from that strategy. The reason that we're looking to update now, and mindful of course we do have a Greater Cambridge Partnership who have quite an interest in this field already, is actually because the County Council is doing a lot of work to support the city and South Cambridgeshire through the shared planning service on the next local plan covering the Greater Cambridge area. And that does require quite a lot of detailed transport work. So while we don't envisage many significant changes to the strategic context of the Greater Cambridge strategy as it reflects growth, we do think it is necessary to update it so we've got an accurate context with the growth picture coming forward. And also with things like, well, gear change and local transport note 120 and the renewed focus on active travel, we think it is important to make sure that we are up to date, and that also the areas outside the area that gets particular consideration from the Greater Cambridge Partnership have robust consideration of their issues as well. And East Cambridgeshire, similar context, albeit without the Greater Cambridge Partnership context. The strategy that covers East Cambridgeshire is relatively old now. I think it was 8 years ago that it was adopted, and I think in a further 3 years before it's had any, or further 5 years before it's had any significant look at it. So we're proposing to look again at that. Recommendation D notes the Greater Cambridge Partnership's work on city access and their Making Connections consultation that was undertaken, but it is really just setting up recommendation E, which is seeking committee endorsement of the potential consultation on proposals for transforming public transport, cycling and walking, and reducing pollution and congestion. And obviously this links back to the discussions you've been having earlier today on Mill Road and how that fits in with the road hierarchy review and public transport improvements, and how all that is brought forward by the Greater Cambridge Partnership. The final recommendation just asks members to note the current transport investment plan list, but I would just quickly note that we are looking at actually how we review the transport investment plan list, and looking at a process which would actually involve local members in the districts more strongly in that process, linked to the adopted strategies for each district and the schemes that come forward through those strategies. So I'll leave it at that, Chair, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And I think I'm coming to Councillor Dupre first, who sneakily raised her hand.
Thank you very much. Two things. Yes, I wanted to say, yes, the first one is that we talk about the GCP transport strategy and the East Cambs transport strategy as if they were different things. There are such important interdependencies between those two that I really hope we will seek to look at those in the round. We miss out a lot in East Cambs because of the GCP remit being so constrained, obviously and naturally around its own territory, but you know, we are very much in the travel to work area, and we miss out in our different ways. I think both in Councillor Sharp's division and in mine, the issues are different, but the cause is the same. The second thing was, this is my scream into the void part 2. My part 1 was about the issue I raised earlier about IRAP and you know, all of that. The second one is about the tip. It is the list of doom. It's the place where a community's dreams go to die. It's just awful. It is a tip where all of everything everybody says they want is is thrown, never to see the light of day. Again, it's just this page after page after page of red cells on an Excel spreadsheet saying unfunded, unfunded, unfunded. And I'm really, really pleased to hear that we're looking at how we review this, because that is so long overdue. I'm particularly pleased. I saw recently that I think the tip is now mapped onto My Cambridgeshire, which is fantastic, because I don't think that's something you can get a sense of if you see it just as rows and rows of spreadsheet, because quite often I found that lines on the spreadsheet are in fact the same thing. You know, that a road from A to B will appear in one row, and then on 2 pages later, the road from B to A, you know, and they are the same thing. And therefore mapping, getting that onto My Cambridgeshire, which is a fantastic resource, I can't praise highly enough. It is an excellent resource. Getting it on that map is really, really important to be able to see what there is. And I think considering how we review that is absolutely music to my ears, because it is fundamental. This is the huge gap between things that cost under £15,000 that can go through the LHI and things that cost millions of pounds that go through government or the combined authority, and everything else gets thrown into this pit. And we you know, it's got to stop being this pit, and it's got to be something that is refreshed and reviewed and understood and challenged and actively sought funding for, and all of those other things to stop things just, you know, lying there, writhing and dying.
Yes. No, I totally agree. We need to look at that. And I also echo your points about the My Cambridgeshire and the work that we are trying to do right now to open up highways. And I think that is incredibly important to be able to demonstrate to the public and to us as members what is going on with highways, rather than being a black box. And that opening up of My.Cambridgeshire is a really good way of doing that. Brian, did you want to, sorry, Councillor Mills, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to refer to an earlier part of the conversation that we had today in terms of alignment between the different bodies, so GCP and CA. And we're members of the GCP and the Combined Authority, and there should be total alignment with what those other bodies are doing. It should be like finding a jigsaw piece that fits exactly with the rest of what we're doing. And I think, you know, there's opportunities in there to extend our public rights of way with cycleways and walking paths that are outside a specific area, whether it's a district or a travel to work area. There are other opportunities where we could get more coherence. And I know that within this recommendation, there's discussion of, you know, the executive board of the GCP agreeing to this, but it has to. If it's going to work, it's an absolute necessity. And I just thought I'd like to reinforce that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Councillor King, then Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Despite my lapse of memory over the 20 mile per hour, I take comfort that I don't think I'm a particularly stupid person, but I have to say I find these different strategies incredibly confusing. And I want to thank Sue and her team for helping me understand this TIP process a little better. I do agree very much with Councillor Dupre that, you know, it isn't good enough for us just to chuck things into this. So I welcome very much these improvements. I do think also there's something that would be very helpful, certainly for people like me and my parish councils as well, if we could produce something simple when this process is completed about where the different strategies fit in. And that includes the various GCP, combined authority strategies and so on, so that the people we serve can understand what these various things are and don't just think that we just have a love of generating paper. or well, electronics these days. But I think that would be very useful. And again, just want to thank Sue for all the help she's given me with the tips. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor King. And I think everyone in this room is definitely considered very intelligent. So don't worry about that. We just all occasionally overlook things given the volume that we have to go through. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, 2 points. I mean, I agree with what Councillor Dupre was saying. My residents in my division, especially Bottisham Load, Swaff and Balbeck, look to Cambridge, and like me, they get very frustrated when we're not part of the GCP. And I mean, I probably bore some GCP officers to tears because I go on the webinars and probably say similar things each time, but all I'm doing is trying to get what I think is right for the residents I represent. And I couldn't agree more with Councillor Milnes that, you know, sat here, I see the CPCA, the county and the GCP all maybe having the same ends, but all doing things differently, and there's no coordination. But if they all operated as one, that would be great. But it's a frustration from my side. That's one of my frustrations about the GCP, that you know, they don't listen to me.
I'm going to steal from Peter Blake and say that we have a rich governance environment when it comes to Cambridgeshire, and therefore making sure that that rich governance environment all works together is... I'm sure Peter's heard most from all of us, myself included. Does anybody else have anything they would like to contribute on this, or should we bring it to a close? Okay, so I have to admit, I'm not going to read out the full list of this because I think that is massively long, but can I take it that you've all read the recommendations and are happy with from A to F of what we're happy to agree to? Affirmation? Thank you very much. Let's move on then. We are getting there. So we now have the last things on our agenda, which is Finance Monitoring Report. And this is going to for May 2022-23. And I'd like to introduce Sarah Hayward, who I believe is on Zoom there. I can see to the side, to introduce this report. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much, Chair. This is a finance monitoring report, the first finance monitoring report.
Sarah, you're breaking up on us. You're really breaking up on us. I'm sorry. Do you want to turn your camera off and try again?
Sorry. Stop video.
Okay, over to you again.
Okay, so try again. This is the finance monitoring report, the first of the new financial year. Since the 22-23 business plan was approved in February, a budget reset has been agreed at Strategy and Resources Committee, which has allocated just over £1 million to fund the estimated inflationary pressure on street lighting energy costs. So that's the change to the budget. That's the change to the revenue budget since it was previously approved. But at this early stage in the financial year, there's just one forecast pressure to report, and that's the maintenance costs of the temporary fence on the guided busway in relation to this committee. On the capital side, the capital programme similarly was approved by full council in February and has been updated to reflect the 21-22 carry forwards. So any overspends or underspends from last financial year has been rolled forward, and then all the budgets have been reviewed and reprofiled where required, and any new funding built in as well. So Appendix C gives you a detailed breakdown of all of these changes broken down into those separate categories. And strategy, just to make committee aware, Strategy and Resources Committee also approved updated funding for the North Stowe bus link, which is funded by prudential borrowing pending the Section 106 contribution coming in the future. Thank you, Chair. That was all I was going to say.
Thank you, Sarah. Members, do I have any contributions? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I hate being parochial, but I'm going to be on this one. I've got 2 points. I'm looking at the Swaffham Heath A1303 Crossroads. I don't see that in the capital programme on page 293. I just wonder where it appears. Or am I misreading it?
To comment on that one?
I don't know if Sue is able to answer. If not, I can find out exactly and get back to you on that.
Without looking up, trying to go through all the papers, I wouldn't be able to give you an answer to that just at the moment, but we can respond to it.
I think just to say that we still believe it's to be there.
Yeah, oh yes, absolutely, it's there.
It's
Okay.
where it is
Where it
rather than
is, yeah.
if it is there.
Second point I've got, and it crosses over to the outturn report for item 17, but it was mentioned that there was a shortfall on capital spend of 21,052,000 from last year. I tried to work out what had gone, which schemes had been sort of pulled, for want of a better word, and which ones are carried forward. I couldn't make the maths work. It'd be useful outside the meeting if you could let us have a schedule of how those reconcile. That would be great.
Sure, happy to take that way.
Yeah, okay. Appendix C does have a breakdown of the separate categories. So I don't think there's been any ones which have been cancelled as such. They've all just been rolled forward and then reprofiled, but it separately breaks down the roll forward to the reprofile. So you can see that in Appendix 6.
Thank you. Any Councillor King?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. I make no apologies for being parochial, unlike Councillor Sharp, and I'm going to be
If we could try and remove the parochialism from this, that would be very advantageous. I know we've done very well on time here, but go ahead for now, but please.
What I've raised this a number of times before. The LHI is described, and this is on page 310, as Sutton Road, Leverington Common LHI scheme. It isn't, it's Leverington Common, and this is important now because there's a separate LHI that has been approved for Sutton Road. So I would be grateful if those could be corrected. And this is not being parochial, the second question. This is about the recruitment of the interim staff that we agreed to fund. Wondered how that was going, because I still see a lot of vacancies. So I wondered if Sue or Steve could respond to that, please.
Can I just start with the parochial kind of issues of this committee? I know one thing that Sue and I have been talking about is trying to find a way to make sure that people can bring up parochial issues outside of this meeting, because I am aware that it is highly unfair to members of the council who are not on this committee that don't have the same opportunities as we do. So maybe it's something we can work together with you to find a way of actually raising that, because I do, going forward, want to try and keep them away from this committee just because it is unfair. Happy to take that one away for now, though, and I know it's a constant cause of frustration as to how we raise this.
Chair, I wouldn't be raising it if it had been corrected the first time. Had pointed it out about 2 years ago under the previous administration. So
happy to take the way. Sue, did you want to comment on the other point?
Yes, I would. So I brought a report, I think it was to the March committee, outlining where we were going with the resources for the teams, and we discussed the use of interim appointments to take us through the short-term solutions. In the team that works on the LHIs, we have had some success in bringing in some interims appointments, so the resources are growing, but obviously there is a backlog of work, and that we are managing through that now with that team.
So thank you for that, Chair and Sue. So how many interims have we actually recruited to date?
I don't have that number on the top of my head, but I was from the committee report where I brought it forward. I was going to bring back a report to show progress both on those interim recruitments, but also on the longer term solutions that we discussed. So that would be a future agenda item.
It's just that I'm conscious, looking at this report, that there's an awful lot of red on it. And the only way we're going to change that red into green is getting more staff, so that it is a matter of urgency. And I just wanted to stress how urgent I think it is, and I suspect all of us think it is, to actually get on with that recruitment soon.
Yes, I think we all feel that same urgency. I would also stress there's a lot of green on that list as well.
I would also, I'm just going to come into stress on that. It's not a Cambridgeshire Highways unique problem as well. No. It's something that we have across the board in the entire country. And while we are doing our very best and working harder than anyone else to try and address those issues, we actually need some central government help and everything else to actually bring more people into highways and actually increase the recruitment position, because we essentially end up stealing other people's staff who then try and steal ours back. That's the situation we're in.
Absolutely understand that, Chair, and it wasn't intended to be a criticism. It's just that this is something constantly raised by my parishes, and it does undermine their confidence in the LHI process. So I do think it's very important that we take this with the utmost seriousness. Thank you.
Noted. Did I have Councillor Milnes? Were you on my list? I think you were
Yeah,
on my
just
list.
a quick question. There's a headline figure of £1 million or so for increased street lighting energy inflation, running costs. And if I've got the right place in the appendix, that's out of a total cost of about 12 million. I wonder whether we can confirm that, and whether or where we are with the LED lamp replacement program for that, which will obviously reduce the energy usage of our street lights. So I may have forgotten where we were at, so apologies if this is a question we've had before, but hopefully we can just get a sense of where we're at in that process.
I'm afraid I don't have those numbers on the top of my head. David, Sue, do you? No. Okay. We'd have to look away with Balfour Beatty and circle back on some of those details, but I'm hoping we can do that and bring it to the meeting. Anything further on this, or can we keep going? We're doing well. We're doing well. So just to conclude, say that the committee is asked to review, note and comment upon the report and agree to accept the 2 highways grants agreed to them being spent as proposed within the report. Take that by affirmation. Any dissent? No. Brilliant. Take that as given. Item 17, the last, well, pretty much the last one on our agenda. Finance monitoring report, outturn 2021-22. Sarah, are you going to run that through us again? Sarah, still here?
Thank you, Chair. So as the Chair said, this is the outturn report for last financial year 2021-22. P&E as a whole, there was an 867k underspend at year end on revenue, which is broadly in line with what we were forecasting during the year. No surprises, which is a very good thing. On the capital side, the capital variances can be seen within the detailed outturn report and have occurred due to various different factors. But all the variances, both underspends and overspends, are then rolled forward into the updated capital programme, as was presented a couple of minutes ago in the May FMR in the new financial year. Thanks, that's all I was going to say as an introduction.
Thank you, Sarah. Members, do I have any contributions, or can we roll through? We can roll through. Okay, brilliant. So just say the committee is asked to review and comment on the report. So I take that as we're all happy there. My information. So the final item on today's agenda is the committee agenda plan and appointments. The Democratic Services Deputy Manager will take us through the agenda plan. So over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Chair. The committee agenda plan is as printed. There's been no changes since publication. You'll see the appointments to outside bodies, working groups, etc. I've updated these with altered memberships that I've received. However, if there are further changes, I'm happy to take those outside of the meeting.
Thank you very much. Just
very quickly. And well done today for, we beat your 8 o'clock tomorrow morning that you mentioned to me before the meeting, if everybody spoke for 5 minutes. But yes, obviously it's been a long meeting, and importantly, we need to give due consideration to every issue, because it's all important. They're all important to members of the community. But ideally, we wouldn't want as long a meeting as this going forward. But I understand there are time pressures when officers need to bring something to us for decisions, so that can lengthen it. But it's general. But well done today.
I think a lot of this was caused by PERDA and the fact that we had to push some papers to here. I want to thank you all, though, as well, for keeping your interventions, I'll come to you, Councillor King, in a second, as short as possible. And I think we've had some really, really good discussion today, but we've kept it very relevant and managed to keep it on point. So that's been really brilliant. Councillor King, over to you.
I echo Councillor Sharp's point. And may I suggest for consideration that when the calendar is prepared for the next municipal year, that we actually have a meeting a month, either reserved or scheduled, so that gives us some flexibility to fill in. If there are reserved data we don't need it, we could drop it, but at least it's actually in the diary. Whereas trying to fit in a meeting at short notice is almost impossible.
Thank you for that. Yes,
So
I think we all
would
have
like to
quite
suggest that we
large calendar pressures. I'm not quite sure whether we'll be able to fit in one a month, but we do definitely need to look at where the reserves are and making sure that we have sufficient reserves over meetings such that we don't have meetings quite as long as this one going
And the
forwards.
second point, if I may, Chair, quickly, is one of the, in fact, actually it's the last item, the Wisbech Access Strategy Member Advisory Group. That's listed as having 2 representatives. It should be 3. This was modified by a previous committee, and I am the 3rd member. So if you care to go back to the minutes, you will see that.
Okay. Does anybody? No. Okay. Can we get back to you on that one? I'm assuming you are correct, but we need to double check and take that away. Of course. That's okay, but I'm sure you're right there. Councillor Sharp.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Councillor King's just reminded me of something on, I'm sure we're aware of it, it's on page 39, the contents working group membership needs to be adjusted for certainly myself and yourself, because I don't think, oh, you are, it's been changed for Labour, but the Conservative 2 members on it are different. Councillor Corney and myself are now instead of Councillor Goldsack and Maguire.
Brilliant. Can we make a note of that and take that away? It might actually be worth circulating the full membership to everyone to make sure that it is all up to date and correct for all of those different committees. Does anybody else have anything on any of this? No. Brilliant. Well, in that case, then, I think we have reached the end of the agenda and we have made it through. So again, thank you to everyone on this. It's been a very full meeting with some very serious issues. So thank you for all working together on this. And I look forward to seeing you at the next Highways and Transport Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.